The world is shifting, economies are rewiring, and one platform is connecting the people waiting to be a part of the India growth story. India Global Forum is where the world meets global India. An exclusive platform connecting leaders, investors, policymakers, and change makers across continents, bringing together ideas, investment, and influence. Our stages spark change. Our premium and unmatched curated experiences unlock new possibilities. We connect the dots between tech and policy, innovation and investment, business and diplomacy. For our partners, IGF is more than a platform. It's a launchpad. It is access, visibility, gravitas. From India to UK, UAE to USA, we bring you to the heart of the conversations that power the next era of progress. We believe India's growth is the world's opportunity, and we are the gateway to seize it. This is where global ambition meets Indian momentum, where governments, investors, founders, and thinkers move from talk to trust to action. This is where ideas go global. In an era defined by uncertainty, the world is searching for direction. India rises, not just as a market, but as a mindset, open, ambitious, confident. India is no longer a story of potential, it's a story of proof. From the trading floors to the boardrooms of the world, capital is finding its new home. This is where that story comes together. This is IGF Mumbai 2026, Catalyzing Capital.
At IGF Networks, leaders, visionaries and changemakers come together to share ideas, build connections and create meaningful impact.
I've known the forum for a long time, and the energy and the learning it brings is something supremely exciting.
I've managed to connect with really interesting, kind and ambitious people across ages and sectors through the India Global Forum.
Membership to the IGF Networks is built on 5 pillars that define global leadership. Prosperity with purpose. One global community. Innovation that delivers. Leadership for life. Trust that lasts.
A family who get to know each other over the years, understand the business that everyone's engaged with.
I think that's really what IGF does, right? Really makes you kind of open your mind into the endless possibilities.
Join the IGF Networks, where leadership meets global impact.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats as our program is going to start very shortly. Please do take your seats as our program is about to start. Thank you so much.
At IGF Networks, leaders, visionaries and changemakers come together to share ideas, build connections and create meaningful impact.
I've known the forum for a long time, and the energy and the learning it brings is something supremely exciting.
I've managed to connect with really interesting, kind and ambitious people across ages and sectors through the India Global Forum.
Membership to the IGF Networks is built on 5 pillars that define global leadership. Prosperity with purpose. One global community. Innovation that delivers. Leadership for life. Trust that lasts.
A family who get to know each other over the years, understand the business that everyone's engaged with.
I think that's really what IGF does, right? Really makes you kind of open your mind into the endless possibilities.
Join the IGF Networks, where leadership meets global impact.
I believe we need to focus on three key areas: empowerment, mentorship, and support.
2025, the next frontiers. And can you believe it? We are now back with our 5th edition here in Dubai, where India meets the world and the world meets India. As a very quick introduction, my name's Laura Buckwell. I'm an international event MC and broadcast journalist, and it's a great pleasure to be your host and your guide for the afternoon. So please do take a seat and we will get started. Now, first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, look around you. Have a good look, because I cannot think of a more fitting venue for today's conversations than the Dubai Future Accelerators Auditorium, a space that has been purpose-built for bold thinking and breakthrough ideas. And ladies and gentlemen, we are here to explore what is next and how India's tech-driven economy, which is projected to hit a $1 trillion digital market by 2030, can connect with global markets, with Dubai serving as an unmatched gateway. And it's a great pleasure to welcome you all here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. Well, to understand the vision behind today's gathering, it's time now to welcome the man who continues to build bridges between India and the world. Now, just weeks ago, he led an extraordinary delegation through Austin and San Francisco. 3 transformative days where India's most dynamic leaders engaged with the architects of tomorrow's economy. From conversations with Sam Altman at OpenAI, to Ray Dalio's insights on global markets, to an unforgettable open dialogue with Elon Musk in Texas. These weren't just meetings, ladies and gentlemen, they were masterclasses in frontier innovation. So please do join me now in welcoming the founder and chairman of India Global Forum, Manoj Ladwa. Welcome.
Thank you ever so much, Laura, for those kind words and that wonderful introduction. My team had prepared this speech for me very diligently, and they're expecting me to read out this speech dutifully, but I'm feeling a little rebellious this afternoon, if you don't mind, and I'm going to break a few frontiers along the way. Apologies for the pun. But firstly, Your Excellency, thank you ever so much for not only joining us here at the Dubai Future Foundation, but being our hosts and being such great partners. We're looking forward to hearing from you in a few moments' time. So great to see so many old friends of IGF and many, many new friends of IGF. And that's why I decided to put my prepared speech to one side and share with you some thoughts about the IGF journey and where we are today and where I think the future lies. For those of you that are new to India Global Forum, I started it in 2014 with a very simple vision that I wanted to bring the opportunities and stories of contemporary India to a global audience, to tell those stories through the eyes and lives of Indian business leaders, policymakers, innovators, entrepreneurs. And today we have programs across the world. As Laura has mentioned, we recently were in the US with a members delegation. We had the opportunity to meet some very interesting people who she mentioned, but really to get an insight into where technology and innovation is today and where that's going for the future, and how India can play its role in connecting the dots between the great innovation that's taking place in that part of the world and in India. And today, we're here in Dubai and at this particular venue. For the last 4 years, friends, and some of you who have attended IGF know that we have chosen fancy hotels with plush a plush environment, lots of fancy food and so on. I thought, let's actually go to the place, the epicenter, where innovation in Dubai is taking place. And that's why we chose this place. It is lovely, it is, but it's there fit for a purpose, to really explore those particular frontiers. And therefore, I know all of you will be here today, some of you thinking that you are just spectators, but everybody is a participant. I want everybody to contribute to this afternoon's conversations. And I know Laura, who's been a fantastic host over the last 4 years with us here, will encourage that and have those conversations. But let me tell you just a little bit about where IGF is here, where it is today, and the sorts of programs that we run. We have a Smart Regions program where we work closely with regions around the world. And most recently, we worked with the government of Maharashtra to establish a partnership with SpaceX and Starlink in particular to connect the most remote parts of Maharashtra through internet connectivity. That's just one, and you can imagine how lives will be transformed as a result of that last mile connectivity. Here in the UAE, we have a very, very special partnership with the World Government Summit, which is run through the Prime Minister's office here. And we run, parallelly with them, an Emerging Economies Forum, connecting Indian talent technology with UAE capital, now UAE talent and technology as well, to look at emerging economies and markets where we can make a difference, particularly in Africa. We run a genomics program, and in particular, I'm pleased that Oxford Nanopore are here, a fantastic UK company that we've been working for the last year with to bring the most cutting-edge genomics technologies to India and now this region as well. We run a program on pandemic preparedness. Some of us may have forgotten that we went through the most horrendous time just a few years ago. The world has moved on, yes, but are we really prepared for the next pandemic? And that's where we work with some of India's leading healthcare and pharmaceutical companies to work with governments and private sector around the world to ensure that if and when, not if, but when that next health pandemic happens, we as nations around the world are super well prepared for that. We run a Reforming Governance Through Technologies program with some of India's leading technology companies to look how governance around the world can be transformed and what can lead to better efficiencies so that the public can receive excellent service efficiently at the lowest possible cost for governments. A really, really important area of work that we're very proud of pioneering. We run a quantum program, an AI program, a defense and security program, multiple different initiatives across different sectors, all with one aim: to connect the best possible minds, to connect the best possible businesses, to connect the best possible legislators and policy initiatives, bringing them all together so that we can make real change, real impact for people around the world. That's what India Global Forum is about, telling the story of contemporary India and bringing those opportunities to a global audience. Now, those of you that were fortunate enough, along with me, to have joined the dinner yesterday evening, and you have to be a member to have been at that. I thought I'd bring that plug in, otherwise my marketing team will be upset. But no, those of you that were there, you'd have witnessed probably one of the most fascinating conversations between Nikhil Kamath, who is one of India's leading entrepreneurs and celebrity podcaster, with His Excellency Omar Sultan Al Olama, the 34-year-old AI and digital economy minister of this country, of this wonderful country. And what a fascinating discussion, a real tour de force through the future of AI, the future of work, all the way through topics that otherwise would be regarded as sensitive, such as religion and politics and how different governance models work together. It really gave us all there a real understanding, Your Excellency, of the culture of this place, the governance of this place, and blew, and I must be very frank with you, blew a lot of myths as to why and how the systems work and why they're in place in the way in which they are. That really will help these people here who are business leaders to engage further and deeper into your ecosystem. So I really pay tribute to Omar and his leadership, who I call the patron saint of India Global Forum in this region, for really leading that forward-looking look. Now, finally, going back to this particular venue. Why did we choose this venue? Because going forwards, I want to see that India's innovative and entrepreneurial ecosystem, its startup ecosystem, connects with the very best around the world. And that's why the programs that you will see in the venues that we found here, okay, the accelerator programs, the growth programs that are going on, the innovation that's going on, sometimes just 2 innovators are here in some of these different hubs. And I don't want to steal your thunder, but I just want to tee this up. They're the people that we should be talking to. These are the hubs that we should be participating and taking part in, so that the technological bridge, and it's a fancy subject, fancy topic that keeps being mentioned, these technological bridges between countries can really be strengthened and nourished for the benefit of not only our 2 great countries, but across the world as well. So I'm absolutely committed to ensuring that the partnership now between the Dubai Future Foundation and India Global Forum goes from strength to strength. And with those words, can I now invite His Excellency, the Deputy CEO of the Dubai Future Foundation, to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Manoj, for the kind words. It's a pleasure to be here with you all and to have you here at the Dubai Future Foundation. I also had a team provide a full speech for me to start, but I think I'll be inspired by you to talk about from the heart about what we do here at the Dubai Future Foundation, why we do it, and what does this mean for us, for our partners, and for the world. First of all, to start, again, welcome to the Dubai Future Foundation, welcome to the India Global Forum, and just to double down, the relationship the United Arab Emirates and India is a relationship that has existed for years and years and years. Before even the foundation of the United Arab Emirates, India was a partner of the cities and the Emirates in the United Arab Emirates. If I talk to my mother, if I talk to my father, India was their beacon. This is where they looked forward to. This is the cities that they visited. This is the food that they ate. This is the language that most of them spoke, in addition to the Arabic language. So India has been a pivotal partner for the United Arab Emirates for years and years and years. I think just to double down on what Manoj said, why this place is important, why is the Emirates Towers important? The Emirates Towers is a host to a multitude of really important offices and teams responsible for the future of this country we're in and the city we're in. So in this towers itself, you've got 6 ministers from the federal government here. You've also got the private office of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the ruler of Dubai, here. You've got the Crown Prince office, so the Crown Prince office is also here. The Prime Minister's office is also here. The Executive Council that manages all of the entities in Dubai is also here. In addition, you've got the Ministry of Cabinet Affairs and everything they do to ensure that the cabinet functions here. You've also got the Government Media Office here. So a multitude of different entities that are really responsible at the core of the government of the UAE in this building. And where you used to sit right now used to be actually a parking lot years and years ago. But we realized this whole ecosystem with the shops and the restaurant that existed had to change. We had to ensure that everything we do in the government is very connected to the ecosystem that we're building. And this is the reason this exists here. Every single day you've got someone new, some new idea, something being discovered and discussed and being partnered with in this place. And so we're not a hotel. We may not have the best food that you're used to, but I think this is a pivotal place for what we mean and where the future of the city happens. I work for the Dubai Future Foundation. The Dubai Future Foundation has existed for almost 10 years. The story of the Dubai Future Foundation is that we really started as a small exhibit at the World Government Summit. So our story is connected. When we started at the World Government Summit, the whole idea was how do you engage policymakers from the world around the future so they can take action towards the future. Before, people were reading reports, and reports with 100 pages of reports, no one goes into depth. No one is impacted by a report. But we, under the leadership of His Highness, built an experience. People walked into that experience for the first time. They were able to smell, taste, touch, see, and feel the future that is being created. They left thinking, is this a future I want to build for or against? And for the first time, we saw that just an experience really impacted policymakers in a very different way. We did it the second year. We did it the third year. And His Highness then realized that you cannot just do this for these 3,000 people that come to the World Government Summit. You need to do this at scale at a permanent location. So we actually were established first as the Dubai Museum of the Future Foundation, just working towards the museum that I hope you visited or will visit during your trip here, which is to showcase that the future is something positive. And I think every time you come to Dubai, there's this sense of positivity in the city. But again, then His Highness also realized that you cannot just have an exhibition and expect a city to move forward towards the future. So then we shifted to the Dubai Future Foundation. We have a board that is established, managed and chaired by the Crown Prince of Dubai. We've got the main ministers, the main government entities on our board with a real mandate as simple as to drive Dubai 10 years ahead. I think it's the toughest kind of strategy because you don't know what to do. There's no entity globally that is part of the center of government that is really has a mandate only focused on the future. We're the only ones, and we've seen everywhere around the world, that looks at the full value chain of innovation. We're not just a fund. We're not just a research center. We're not just an operational center. We're not just an exhibition. We're all of that and more. So in the past 10 years of the Dubai Future Foundation, I'd say we've gone through 3 main phases. When you're trying to take a city that didn't think about the future, to really think in an institutional way about the future. Our leaders for the past 50 years had this idea of foresight, of where the city wants to go. But in the past 10 years, we've created an institution that does that. And the first, I'd say, phase of the Dubai Future Foundation, and back in 2015 and so on, in 2016, we launched a Dubai blockchain strategy. We launched an autonomous transportation strategy. We launched a renewable energy strategy. We launched a 3D printing strategy. Who was talking about these types of technologies and taking them at the city level with a strategy back then? No one. And again, our city was not ready. Our entities were not ready. We had to really spend time teaching the government, the ecosystem, the private sector, that this is the future we want to create. The second phase we did, I think every single project we did, was at the end of it, educational. We needed to shift the mindset of government that the future is going to happen, that we need to think differently, that technology has to be taken seriously, and all these disruptions, we have to allow for them to exist instead of kind of shying away from them and regulating them and building walls between us and these innovations. What we've seen in our third phase is that we no longer have that fight or that mindset that we have to kind of disagree with. The government, the city as a whole, and the world really believes that Dubai is the city of the future. Everyone is open to experimentation, to doing new things, to building new ideas, to building new relationships and new bridges between countries to make the future happen. And that's what we've done. So what we really spend our time in today is really looking at the intersections of all of these projects and industries. Because what 10 years ago was a mobility problem was only a mobility problem. What was a healthcare problem was only a healthcare problem. Today, all of these issues are issues of a multitude of entities, a multitude of industries, and a multitude of mandates. So our role at the Dubai Future Foundation is to ensure that these things can move forward, sitting at the center of government to ensure that when we talk about mobility, the regulation part is there, the educational part is there, societal part is there, technology is there, and everyone is involved in it. So everything we do today is ensuring that Dubai will always be 10 years ahead. And I hope you do feel it in your time here, and you do experience it. And I realize that the future is not just technology, and it's not just these things. As you're building a city of the future, you have to take everything into consideration. From the government, from technology, from regulation, from society, and the types of industries you want to take forward. So when someone tells me, why are you working towards the future? Why is the city of Dubai city focusing on the future? It's because we are 10% of the population. 90% of the population is people from all around the world. For me, the future means what it means to them, what we want them to feel. And I want them to end up, before they go, and to say, I see my future in this city, instead of I see that this is the city of the future. And that's our biggest kind of mandate. That's our biggest thing to do. So thank you again for being here, for choosing Dubai, for choosing the Dubai Future Foundation. I look forward to the rest of the day and to having you all here. Me and the rest of the team are at your service during your time here. I hope you spend more time in Dubai and you move to Dubai and Dubai becomes your home, because that is our #1 goal, trying to build a city that is home for everyone. Thank you very much.
We cannot thank you enough for hosting us here today, and fascinating to see all the work that you're doing towards placing Dubai, of course, as a leading city for the future and a hub for innovation and technology. It really is impressive to see what you're doing. Thank you to Manoj as well for your updates and insights on the programs, the incredible initiatives that are going on at the moment as well, for connection and impact and change, of course, as well. So thank you so much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, just before we begin our discussion, just to let you know, we want to make today a little bit more interactive. So on your seats, you should have found a card which has a QR code for Slido. So we're going to be asking you some questions throughout the day, so please do make sure you get those answered and you interact with us as much as possible as well. That's going to be coming a little later on. However, we are now going to step into our first frontier of the day, and that is intelligence. And our first conversation of the afternoon asks a powerful question. What happens when nations choose to shape the future of AI on their own terms? Well, to ground us in the opportunities ahead, and before we bring our panel up here, I'm absolutely delighted to now be sitting and to welcome the Executive Director of the Dubai Centre of AI at the Dubai Future Foundation. Please welcome Saeed Al-Falassi. Welcome. Well, a very warm welcome, and well, thank you so much for hosting us as well. What an incredible place, and as mentioned, you know, so many different elements to the space and everything that you're doing. But I wanted to start off with some statistics, because Dubai has been very much at the forefront of digital transformation and AI innovation. And I was reading that Dubai actually ranks among the top 3 cities globally for AI deployment. You've got more than 200 AI initiatives that have been launched across government entities. And you've got a commitment to train 1 million people in AI skills by 2027, which is really soon, actually. So maybe you could tell us a little bit more about that. And maybe you could tell us more about the idea of a sovereign AI stack. What does that mean for nations? What does that look like when it comes to technological independence?
That's great. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. I'd like to thank everyone also to choose Dubai Future Foundation to have this amazing meetings. And I've seen some of the roundtables in the morning, and it's quite exciting conversations. I think we're talking about, when we talk about AI, and I think a lot of people talk about the AI sovereignty stack. I think most of the people immediately start thinking about data and what is the data resides. And a lot of people think when we talk about sovereignty, it means we don't want to do any business. We just want to be on our own. And I think the misconception around it is massive. People forget to think about the sovereignty is all about 3 things. Number 1 is, yes, it's about data. We want to know where the data is, where is it stored, who controls it, who has access to it. That's quite important when we talk about sovereignty. The other part of it is actually I would call it the decision sovereignty. Now, when we have a lot of those AI applications running and there's a wrong decision is being made, who's accountable for it? That's what we mean by decision sovereignty. We want to make sure that we control these decisions that is being taken through AI. And the third one is obviously we want to say the optionality sovereignty. We want to make sure that all the systems that we're running, we have an option in it. We're not locked into a very specific vendor. If we want to change something tomorrow, we have the decision to be able to do it. We want to make sure that when we run systems, just because a policy has been changed in New York in the middle of the night, it doesn't mean that our systems here in 10 in the morning should stop. That's what we mean by sovereignty, and we want to make sure that we have the whole stack, if you would to call it, is within our reach. But what is great about that, because when you have sovereignty, it drives talent as well. And when you drive talent, you drive capabilities as well. And this is when we go with the 1 million, right? 1 million prompters, and that's one of the initiatives that we have here. And when we talk about human skills, we always thought about how can we actually increase the productivity of people within the city. And we understood right away that in order for us to increase our productivity or the way that we run day-to-day businesses, we needed to know how to talk to AI, how to speak to AI. And within less than 1 year so far, we had over 220,000 people actually have registered on our platform to learn prompt engineering. And what's interesting about that is because a lot of those companies like Google and Microsoft and the rest, they already have these applications up and running, and they have it for free, as a matter of fact. And we ask people, why are you actually on our platform? What's the reason? And interestingly enough, that a lot of those who responded said, because we know that this is a government initiative, you will not lock us in a specific system. So you're not forcing us to use only Copilot or use something else. For us, was an interesting finding. And I'd like to share today that also on 2 days from now, actually, we are launching the same initiative in Uzbekistan. We worked with them in the past on another initiative called the 1 million coders, and this one is 1 million prompters. But we upped the game this time, and it's going to be 5 million prompters in Uzbekistan. I'm sure they're gonna reach to it rather quickly. But again, this is all about knowledge transfer, all about making sure that we create that knowledge bridge between UAE and other countries.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I mean, our children are going to be growing up with this. It's, it's in the curriculum already, I believe, or it's going to be. And then you get sort of like my parents that have literally no ideas. So it's that sort of educational sort of AI literacy that's going to be needed sort of going forward. But national AI strategies, they differ so widely. And I suppose all of this is all about trust, because people at the end of the day do not like change. Everyone's quite happy to sit where they are. And then I suppose it's trust that sort of enables change, right? So what is that sort of approach when it comes to trust around governance and standards and responsible innovation as well?
Obviously, when we talk about trust, it's something really essential to us. Today, if you go ahead and run a new application within the government, and if this fails in any way, it will set us back, probably by years. But if there was one strong, trusted application that goes out of the government to the public and it works really well, it's probably going to set the ground for the next 10 companies to come through and do something amazing. When we look at companies like Australia, as a matter of fact, I'm trying to figure your accent so I don't say anything bad about Australia, but
it's not Australian, don't worry.
So Australia had this really, at least the intent behind this application was quite amazing. It's called the robo-debt. And it was all around being able to actually, for any overpayment when it comes to welfare to the people, they wanted to sort of get it back. And the way that they went about it, they just use data that are systematic, but also they assumed that everyone in Australia are going to get paid the same amount across the year. So they divided the expected annual income across the 12 months. What was interesting about that is that within 1 year, they've actually destroyed lots of families, because they asked people to pay the government back when in the first place they never got the money in. So a lot of people had seasonal jobs. So a few months they get paid well, other months they did not get paid well. But for the government to chase you and to say, give us the money that we gave you back, that never existed in the first place, it created lots of issues. As a matter of fact, the people sued the government, and the government had to pay over $1 billion Australian dollar. And that accounted for almost 600,000 families. Now, if you talk about AI in Australia today, you see a lot of hesitation, because they've seen what that could go wrong and what they can do better in it. When it comes to us, at least here as Dubai Future Foundation or the Dubai Center of AI, we wanted to take a different approach to it. when we decided that we want to launch AI in every government entity, we've actually assigned a chief of AI in every government entity because we wanted them to understand what data that they have, what can they do with the data, what are the use cases, and ensure that the data actually being trusted and the application are going forward. But when we thought about this project, and this is a story I'd like to share really quickly, is that when we wanted to put in a chief of AI officers in every government department, we were excited about the idea. But honestly, we stepped back and we said, if I was that chief of AI officer and I'm sitting in that, and I have been assigned to be that role within that government entity, I will be scared. I will feel like everybody's talking about AI. They will expect a whole lot from me. Probably I'm not going to do very well. So we said, let's lock this idea down for 1 year. Let's do something else. We literally chose almost 15 individual employees from each government entity, obviously with the right background. We trained them for a year on how to identify use cases. What does a good use case look like? What does a bad use case look like when it comes to AI implementation? Do you have the resources? Do you have the data? For 1 year, actually, we worked with them very closely, and we've launched over 70 pilots across the government of Dubai, just within 1 year. The following year, we said, you know what? I think that each government entity now is ready. And we assigned the chief of AI officer. So now he's not only alone by himself there, but he also have tens of staffs are ready and have gone through the system. And I remember one of the use cases actually kind of relate to what we're doing here. And I know I'm talking a lot, but let me go through that. One of the AI use cases, and a lot of us think that AI use cases could be very hard, and some of them are really easy to implement. I was in a meeting with the civil defense, and they said, Saeed, we're spending millions on marketing campaign, and we were wondering how AI can help us. And immediately in my mind, why are you spending millions of dirhams for marketing campaign? I would imagine you buying, civil defense type of equipment, to put out fires. So they said, well, as you know, we are in the business of putting out fires. And in 3 days in the year, we literally have over 7 million fires in the city. Wow. I got scared for a second, and I said, well, you know what? I've never seen smoke, so hopefully that's a good thing. So I asked them to explain it more to me. And they immediately started talking about Diwali. And they said, because of Diwali, we actually run campaign for 6 months. Awareness campaigns around how people actually can operate all these candles within their homes to make sure that nothing goes wrong. That campaign takes 6 months from us. And I'm always pushing back, and I said, but that's still a lot of money to spend on a campaign. And the reality was, they're not only doing it for 1 language, they're doing it for 13 languages. Yeah. And that's where the money is getting sunk. And for them, it was a really easy use case because all of them have seen the avatars of AI, and a lot of them actually can translate on the fly. Within 48 hours, we were able to translate over 23 languages, and we were able to roll it out. So for them, it saved 6 months of working, despite how easy it is, but also saved a lot of money on the way. So making sure that the government entities actually trust AI as well as the public, I think that's where we're spending lots of time in.
Well, it's so interesting. Yeah, I think that does deserve a round of applause. I mean, it's so interesting, as you said, this trust element, because, at the end of the day, you're very future focused. Future is the priority, but you're transparent about it as well. We're also in a very sort of young age of AI. We're only sort of 2 and a bit years in, I believe. So I know it's been around for a long time, but on the commercial level. So obviously, it's very different in terms of, getting it right. And you have to get it right, I suppose, as well. Sadly, we are running out of time, but I really wanted to just very quickly touch on this India-UAE partnership and collaboration and the history that you have with India as well. How do you see collaboration between the two nations in areas such as governance, digital identity, AI capacity building? How do you see that sort of evolving over time?
Yeah, I think one of the things that sort of unify, I would say, India and the UAE is that we really built digital systems for populations, right? We are in a position today that we are actually leading the pack rather than just watching and trying to see what others are doing. We obviously have now so many things that are happening with India, whether our digital banks are working together, whether the unicorns from India are actually opening offices and operating from here. As a matter of fact, in December, I'll be in Kerala as well, talking to a lot of the startups there. So it's always been exciting for us. And like Abdulaziz, my colleague here, the relationship that we have in India has been so long, and it's in everything that we do on a daily basis. We wear wizars, you guys wear wizars, and that's how we got it from. We're not wearing the white pants like Saudis and others. We're wearing actually wizars, and these are our underwears, and these guys doesn't know. So when it's funny because when I take my son to the mall and they see some people actually walking in their traditional clothes, and my son will be like, "Why are they wearing underwears and walking in the mall?" But I'm like, no. This is actually what it's supposed to be. We're using it the wrong way. But look, I think there's a lot of collaboration happening with India. I cannot tell you the amount of interest that we have, as well as they have in what we're doing. And I think the south-south sort of relationship that we're doing here, it's moving so fast. As a matter of fact, specifically around regulations, we want to make sure that the regulation between India and UAE works very well together. It doesn't have to be the same, but it has to work together. So if a company opens if an Indian company do well in India and they want to open in Dubai, we should be able to show the clear path on opening and operating in Dubai, rather than having a set of rules and regulations that will prevent them. And this is what we've seen across the world. But I think there's a lot of things in common, and I think it's and I don't like to position it or frame it to say this is the start of something, because it's always been there, and it feels it's only natural that it continues.
Sadly, we've run out of time. I mean, we could chat on this subject for hours and hours, but we cannot thank you enough for lending us your time, and also for welcoming us so nicely here and hosting us, of course, as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Saeed Al-Falasi. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really fantastic to have you here once again. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to continue this conversation on what happens when nations decide to build intelligence on their own terms. And I'm now going to invite some of the leaders pushing the boundaries of security, deep tech investment, and AI innovation. But we have our first poll question for you. So please do make sure you scan that QR code. Let's see what we've got here. Do we have our first poll question that we can pop up for our audience that'll very nicely move us into our next session? Right, I think this might have been a previous question, or maybe you've answered it already. There we go. Okay, who would you trust to run your country's AI? Maybe this was open before. We are going to let you have a moment to answer that. I'm going to get our guests on stage, and then we'll reveal the results at the end. But this is your question. Who would you trust to run your country's AI? Please do fill that in as we now welcome our next guests. So let's welcome our panelists. First and foremost, let's welcome Vinayak Godse, who is the CEO of the Data Security Council of India, who joins us here today. Welcome. Sit on the second seat there. We also have Ayush Gupta, who is the CEO of Genloop, who's with us here today. Welcome to Ayush. We're also joined by Amin Starley, who's the CEO and managing partner of DeepMinds, also joins us. Is he here with us? Not right now. Hopefully he might join us in a little bit. But in the meantime, let's welcome our third panelist, Archana Jahagirdar, who is the founder and managing partner at Rukam Capital. Right, here we go, our first panel discussion of the day. Very excited to have you all here. Thank you so much for joining us, first and foremost. Right, let's jump straight into this. What happens when nations decide to build intelligence on their own terms? That's our session here today. And now, Vinayak, as someone who very much works as the intersection of national security, digital trust, as the CEO of the Data Security Council over in India, do you believe that a country can truly own its AI? Or do you think this type of technology is way too sort of global to fence in? What do you think?
Yeah, so if you look at the AI that we talk after 2022, right, it's a global wisdom that you are using to, is it working? Yeah, now it's working, yeah.
How are we doing?
So it's like a global wisdom that you are using to solve your individual problems, right, or use case that you're looking at, right? So that's what the large planetary level models bring to a table, right? And we know there are definitely frontier models now, the kind of capability that they have, and they can really reduce down the cost of making your system more intelligent. And that's why we see a lot of pressure and the kind of investment that is going in terms of building those models. More importantly, the compute is one of the important challenge area, because you need to train large sort of data, and also inference you need to compute. So there is definitely challenge in terms of the compute infrastructure, the kind of chips that you need. And India had been trying hard with this India AI mission to get these GPUs. We have almost 38,000 GPUs in the country, and we are trying to scale that effort. So one is the GPU. Second important part is the model development. We have been, almost 22 companies are building different models, and government is supporting that quite intensely. But third important thing, I think, one is the commercial, public or civil work, right? But when it comes to the national security and defense work, right, probably there is not much trust on the use of this global model, and there I think a lot of efforts needs to be done in terms of building your own thing, right? Where you can get infrastructure, there is not much challenge of getting infrastructure, although availability of chip is definitely a challenge. But building the model with those kind of data that most of the defense forces nowadays and national security, they have been trying to look at how can they build model foundationally depending on the requirements, basically, right? It's not easy. The kind of gap is getting widening day by day. It's not easy to build national level AI for various different kind of reason, but for national security, for defense forces, for defense requirement, you probably need very specific attention for this.
Really interesting. I wanted to move to the sort of infrastructure side of all of this as well. Now, I understand that Genloop is one of 12 companies, by the way, building foundational LLMs for India. That was recently announced, wasn't it, by the government of India's India AI mission. So, in your perspective, do you think a country can ever really be independent if it's sort of chips and cloud infrastructure, etc., is sort of, it originates elsewhere? And sort of how realistic is true digital sovereignty today in your mind?
Right. So first of all, thank you for having me here. AI is global in inputs, but local in consequences. So to that vision of having everything inside the country, that is not commercially feasible. Countries or the consumers in the companies, the application builders in the company will continue to use services that are giving them the best buck for their dollars, basically best ROIs. But from a sovereign angle, why do the countries want to have a sovereign AI model? That is because they want to secure their supply chains, because in the coming decades, AI is going to become one of the foundational and fundamental pillars of growth. So what happens in adverse situations? Can you have your AI secure against adverse situations and have sovereign backups? Let's say, as the executive director just before was talking about, a policy change in New York should not switch off your models that are running critical infrastructure in the country. So from the sovereign AI space, of course, there's this initiative that let's have local talent that can build this, because if it is going to be so important and so strategically important for the governments, we should have the capability to build it ourselves and use it in critical areas like defense, governments, etc. And the other is, in adverse situations, do we have a plan B or a backup plan that we can fall to? And that includes the entire stack for chips. Of course, it's hard to imagine a country being able to make chips as good as NVIDIA today, but can we at least have a stock of those chips whenever things go south? In terms of data, can we have local data residencies or policies that make sure that our consumers' data is not going out? In terms of inference, could that inference be served from the local space? In terms of safety for the consumers, can we make sure that AI does not become a tool for propaganda? It is very much safe for the consumers to use at large. So those are the angles with which countries will evaluate the sovereign AI and the infrastructures.
Really interesting. I mean, none of this gets off the ground, though, without sort of the proper funding and the money and investment that's in place, of course, as well. So, Archana, from that investment lens, what sort of policies and capital flows and sort of talent strategies as well do you think governments should really prioritize today to really help build those AI systems that are to make sure that we've got global competition on the one hand, but also we're still protecting sort of citizens' rights, etc., and those demographic values at the same time, right?
So we are living in a moment of deglobalization. I think it's quite clear that the era of globalization is pretty much over. And even if the US has a different president a couple of years from now, not sure those years are going to come back. So in light of that, both from a risk capital perspective, technology build perspective, I think every country has to look at it from a local lens completely. The Indian government recently has announced a very large R&D fund, which is risk capital for specifically deep tech and AI. And I think, to the earlier point, can India build great chipsets? Maybe not now, but should it? I think the answer is absolutely yes. And I think, when you look at China, you look at some of the countries which have done a remarkable job. So what does India really need? I think the two key parts India needs is, of course, a high volume of risk capital. And literally it needs high volume because there are different layers that need to be solved. So the semiconductor is one part, the compute is another, then there's the cloud, and then there's the talent piece as well, right? And I'm not even coming to the use case and the business case for all of this. So I think the governments will have to back it with sovereign wealth funds and sort of sovereign capital to back it. A lot of domestic capital needs to be unlocked so that and there are deep pools of capital, and I think countries which are lucky to have both talent and the ability to unlock domestic capital will be able to build the sovereign stack, so to speak. And I think India has that. I mean, we do have the engineering talent definitely in-house, in abundance, and given the size of our economy and the speed at which that economy is growing, I think we do have, and then there is a government with intent. So I think all of those things come well, and I think now there's a greater understanding. So when this current government and our current Prime Minister, when he came into power about 11 years ago for the first term, that's when the data localization piece started. Until then, I mean, we were pretty casual about our data and where it resided. So the fact that we've been building up in a sense to this moment, whether knowingly or unknowingly, has been a net positive, at least as far as we as a nation are concerned. And I think if we want to be the third largest or the fourth largest economy in the world, we've got to have the capital, sovereign capital, and a sovereign stack for AI.
Now, sadly, we are running out of time. We've actually run out of time. But I wanted to give you one sort of last, final, rapid-fire question. And you can elaborate as you like. But do you think, this is just a question to all of you, if AI could rewrite national policy more efficiently than people can, would you let it? And what is that model in your mind going forward anyway?
So my answer will be at least yes, to help me to achieve that coverage and also give attention to all the nuances and details that it helps me to do that, and it also helps me to become more contextual to my requirement. So it's actually, in a way, so big problem that all of us we face is basically our thinking usually is very intuitive and very time centric, and you probably struggle, and that's what the global wisdom that I talked about will bring to the table, right? So it will give me the various dimensions I need to cover. It will help me to various elements that I need to give attention to, and from that I can find how can I put it together basically. Sometimes I struggle to know all those dimensions, all of those kind of areas that I need to be mindful of to devise a policy. So in public policy making, I believe AI will play a very significant role.
It almost needs to be like a sort of hybrid model at the end of the day, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, somebody has to put it together, right? Stitching has to be there, but you can use AI for do a lot of those things, basically. Yeah.
So many different things, but it's going to be intertwined, I think, no matter what, isn't it? Ayush, over to you. What do you think?
So I would suggest, or I'll be happy having it as a co-pilot for information and back office automation, but I would not trust AI to decide, because eventually it's the governments and the elected representatives that should be the one deciding the public policy.
And the other day, you go on these apps, like let's say ChatGPT, And you cannot take it as 100% fact. I mean, that's just the sort of start of it, I suppose, isn't it? But as you mentioned, yeah, it needs to be co-pilot, it needs to be a human-led. Yes, over to Archana.
I think there's going to be 100% consensus without AI on this panel. See, the problem with AI today is not sentient. And human beings, we respond to so many points of stimuli and reasons which are illogical, logical, semi-logical, if there's a term like that. So I think till AI gets to that point, I do think, like both our panelists have said, that we do need a mix of both.
A hybrid version. I'm terribly sorry, but yeah, we've run out of time. I mean, they're very quick, short, sharp conversations here today, but we cannot thank you enough for being with us. Any further questions to any of our panelists? I'm hoping that you'll all have discussions in the networking break that's coming up a little later on. But in the meantime, let's give our panel a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura. Thank you, guys.
And wonderful to have you all here. Thank you so much once again. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out what our poll results were from earlier. What did we ask? Who would you trust to run your country's AI? 74%. I think that was pretty obvious. Your government and private companies, 26. Still a good 26% there. So interesting results. And we'll see how we do a little later on in the day. Right, next up, our next frontier, ladies and gentlemen, dives into the fast-changing world of financial consumer experience. And today, 3.5 billion people use digital wallets. And that's a number that's expected to reach 5.2 billion by 2030. And payments are now the fastest growing segment of global fintech. And by 2027, nearly 60% of consumer transactions will run either through super apps or embedded finance. Right, poll question. Here is our next one. Let's see if this is going to come up. Who would you trust the most with your money or financial data? There we go. Your bank, a fintech or payment startup, or a global tech company. Who would you trust most with your money or your financial data? Oh, that's a tough one, actually, isn't it? Anyway, we're going to be finding out those results a little later on. So keep going with that as I welcome our next set of guests. So to take a look at who will own the financial consumer of the future, I am delighted to now welcome our next set of guests. First and foremost, we have Khalil Alami, who is the founder and CEO of Teller, who's here with us today. Welcome to Khalil. Thank you for joining us. Sit just here. Guillaume Tenon de la Tour is board member at the ADI Foundation, who also joins us. Welcome. And rounding out our panel, we're delighted to have Lizzie Chapman, co-founder and chief commercial officer of Bay Street Advisors. Welcome. Well, thank you so much for joining us. As always, we've got quite quick conversations here today. The timer will change there, don't worry. But yes, wonderful to have you here. Wallet wars and super apps, as you can see, who will own the financial consumers. So let's get started with Khalil. Now, you very much are at the core of digital payments at the end of the day. So who exactly would you say is best placed to win this race for an all-in-one finance app? Do you think it's traditional banks? Is it fintechs? Is it lifestyle platforms? What do you think?
I'm not sure if it's going to be one app. So to start with, the basic assumption, I doubt that it's going to be one app. That's the first thing I will say. The second thing is, I think the answer is going to be who is the most agile, who can understand the consumer trends and adapt with those changing trends. Because if you look at, and it's going to be different in every country because the demographic changes. If you look at the demographic here in the UAE, it's extremely different than our neighboring country in Saudi, although they're situationed right next to each other, but it's completely different demographic. So the markets are very different, therefore there will be different players and different structures in each market.
Do you think apps are racing to become that super app where it is like a one-stop shop though?
I think they are racing. You can see that here in our market where you can look at Kareem, what started as a ride-hailing. Today you can do a fund transfer. also as well. You can buy groceries and all of that. And there's others like out of Abu Dhabi, like Chimera, or Bottom, which started as a phone app. Now it's into also transfers and MoneyGram and what have you. So yes, there is a race.
Yeah.
But the question is the consumer looking for one app?
Yeah.
That's the question.
True. Because I mean, I've got hundreds of apps on my phone. It's really annoying because it uses all my data as well.
Well, which one do you use though?
Yeah, but there is mainly maybe 5 that I'll flip between, and then probably the rest I don't need. Yeah.
Exactly. So I don't think there's one super app that will. You might
true.
use this for transfers, this for groceries, this for ride hailing.
Yeah. True.
Although all of them might have all the similar services.
Lizzie, over to you. Let's bring this to the consumer level. As more consumers, shift very much to mobile-first finance, when your phone becomes your bank, how is that sort of reshaping customer loyalty to traditional banks and then just sort of using things on your phone?
Yes, I operate in a market, India, where we didn't have anything in the middle. We went from brick and mortar directly to mobile. And that means everything has been designed with that context. AI also then adds another complicated layer to that and changes the game and basically makes everything very contextual. So most people in our industry focus on how do we bring finance to the customer at the point of transaction? How do we give them an experience that matches the context of what they need to do, right? So when you're applying for credit in a physical bank, it's disjointed to the point at which you need to use that credit. So how can we bring the journey into the device and then have that go about your day-to-day life with you? That does lead to what you just described, which is an over-dependence on apps, and that will change. That's going to change very dramatically in the next couple of years as we see more conversational interfaces evolve. You'll probably speak to your phone the way you do have a conversation today, and your phone will use agentic mechanisms to access the services you need. That's very hard to replicate in a physical environment. So it's a very exciting time for your mobile.
That really is to see how it's going to evolve. And then I suppose you've got Web3 with all of this as well. It's sort of like in the non-so-distant future. But Guillaume, from this sort of governance and policy standpoint, what about sort of trust? What does trust mean for digital finance in the years to come? And our regulators, what are they focusing on more at the moment? Is it data privacy? Is it transparency? Is it ease of use? Well, what are you focusing on at the moment?
I'm French, so I have a strong French accent, so I'm going to speak slowly. If you look at the pool that you have done, who do you trust? That's an interesting pool. Your GAFAM, your governments, fintech. Depending on where you ask that questions, around the globe, you have different answers. I think about the trust, traditional banks still believe everybody trusts them. But banks are companies, and banks can collapse with your bank account in it. And what we have in the global economy nowadays is a pairing of AI and all this stuff. And we have the internet money who is coming. Money can be programmed. So right now, this internet money is dominated by US dollar stablecoin, USDC, USDT, and others, which is no more nor less than US debt. It is T-bill, who's tokenized, and you buy T-bills. So you buy US debt. Perfect. So do you trust US debt? Do you trust your bank? Do you trust a fintech? So I think the question needs to be asked in another way. Who do you trust more? And I think, which is clear for every citizen on earth, they trust, first of all, their own governments. The guys they have elected. And where they can say, I trust him because I know him. It's the guy I see on TV, it's the guy I see on the internet. He represents me. He's not a guy in another country who decide. And so at ADI Foundation, ADI, it's a blockchain initiative from the Ceres Group, the digital arm of EHC, for the UAE. we create a digital dirham stablecoin, and we're going to create as many stablecoin as countries who are going to join us. In many countries, we have 28 countries today who is part of our initiative, and on a blockchain where every countries can monitor every transaction, can control. Then Pablo Escobar, for example, cannot go through. Okay, and this is decided at the local level, and not at a guy in New York or anywhere else. And so, to answer your question, who trusts more? Yeah, depends on the country, depends on the perspective.
Depends on who it is and which country. Yeah, really interesting. And I suppose that trust element also filters down to just that one-on-one level of recommendations at the end of the day as well, right? If I have a friend or anything like that I trust, I mean, it starts from that level at the end of the day as well. Khalil, with trust and consumer expectations, evolving rapidly, do you believe that banks and fintechs are going to be able to collaborate and build unified platforms? Is that sort of happening already, though?
Yeah, I think so. I think fintechs are more agile. They're faster to understand the market and adopt and move. But eventually, all fintechs need a bank behind them. Therefore, they can definitely the collaboration is quite important. And if you probably ask, in my opinion, if you probably ask most of the fintech founders, what is your end game? It's probably being acquired by a bank is one of the top answers. So I think and the banks are understanding now that they're not fast enough. They don't understand the consumer as much as a fintech. So they started investing in fintechs, setting up fintechs, and even taking out and spinning off their fintech departments or fintech products into its own separate companies that are subsidiary. And we've seen this in the market already.
Because that's what I was going to ask. Are basically banks developing more of a sort of in-house fintech solution to sort of help beat the competition, or is it easier just to buy one?
It's easier to buy one that works very well, and at the same time it's easier to spin it off and get more investment into it and have more of your own decision within that new company rather than having the heavy bank bureaucracy because you cannot move as a bank as fast as the market moves. Yeah.
Interesting. I wanted to very quickly go back to Guillaume with, very quickly, just in terms of the emerging regulation and the open banking rules at the moment, and whether sort of finance apps remain sort of as local solutions or they're going to scale into global platforms. What is the sort of regulation around all of this, and how will they sort of influence finance apps?
So regulations has always been I'm a banker since long time, and before that I was head of digital for the largest banking group of Europe. So banking regulations is always a way for banking industry to do a step forward, okay? Because this market is very regulated, and that's normal, okay? Because we're touching about money, and money is important. And so every time that there is an open door, the startups goes in and hope one day to be bought by banks and other things like that. But so open banking, yeah, I think it's behind us now. I think open banking is done, okay? We have seen with companies like Stripe, like your companies and others, we've seen tons of companies who exist nowadays in open banking industry. Now the revolution is more on infrastructure, is money, tokenized assets, blockchain and everything. We are at the core. In the 80s, most of the industry was developed in COBOL. And the banking industries at 99% is still in COBOL. At 99.9, maybe, even maybe I forget a 9. This is why when you send money from point A to point B, you have the settlement at the night, during the night. It's not real time. This is why Usually you have the impressions that you receive immediately the money, but it's fake. Behind the scene, the bank we call it in the bank industry, IOU. I owe you money, and at the night, we do the settlement. So this is why there's a lot of things which is not done. So what's the way to modernize it? Is it to rewrite with Java or .NET or something? But that's already existing technology. It's not the future industry. What's the future industry? It's blockchain. Why? Because you can control, you can put smart contracts on it, you can check, verify, and you don't need to trust the guy. About the trust questions that you ask, who do you trust the most? Is it your bank? Do I trust my bank? That's an interesting question. Honestly, I trust my bank? Yeah. If it's my bank, I know it since 20 years, but if there's a mad guy at the top, we never know.
Yeah, that's the thing. You do never know. But yeah, I mean, as long as it's a sort of steady relationship for however long it lasts, then I suppose, yeah, you've just got to trust that relationship at the end of the day as well. But Lizzie, let's talk about sort of the features and behaviors that you think that are ultimately going to very much define which type of super app is going to win this consumer loyalty race. What do you think are the features and behaviors within all of that?
I think actually it's what we were talking about earlier. It's very, very personalized. It's going to depend heavily on the jurisdiction, on demographics, on age group, income level. In India, we have one of the most complicated populations you can possibly imagine. It's, we're catering to some of the wealthiest people in the world, and then people that don't have even basic financial literacy, which is why it's almost impossible to imagine one super app being able to, customize to that level. So I think what we're going to see is a very complicated space. We will see from the large global players to the domestic specialists, but even within that, we're going to have to see a completely different level of personalization emerge in financial products. And actually, that's because of the legacy infrastructure that we have today. We haven't been able to take that to the max. I don't know about you, but my bank still calls me sir, madam, right? They don't even know which gender I am. And that's because we don't have infrastructure today that can be as responsive as we would expect in a normal consumer product. So I think the first step will be just a deeper understanding of who am I as a user every time I touch a financial interface. And then beyond that, the predictive ability of what do I want? What do I normally do at this place, at this time? Has anyone ever noticed on Uber how it predicts the journey that you're about to take? Well, why can't a payments app predict the same and give me that same feeling of personalization? So I think a lot of what we're seeing in certainly conversational AI is about giving people that feeling of this app knows me. And we love that. We are human at the end of the day. And we love the idea of this not being a black box, that there is this human element. And so, yeah, very excited to see that personalization and AI conversation emerge in financial products.
Yeah, because there's that still element of calling up your bank and you get an automated service. And I'm furious when I get it. I just want to speak to a person that will sort me out immediately,
Yeah.
So it's trying to balance all of that as well.
But a bad person is actually worse than a
That's
good
true.
bot these days. You will see that
True.
soon, trust me.
Any other further comments? Did you want to sort of add anything to that at all?
No, I think we touched upon everything, and I think it's
Yeah.
pretty comprehensive.
Final question, though. Who will win? Who will own the financial consumer? Very sort of last takeaway. Who will own the financial consumer, do you think?
I think the entity that has the best user experience, the most personalized, and understands how to pivot and adapt.
Amazing. What do you think?
Nobody will own anybody, but consumers will choose to work with platforms that excel in collaboration, in my opinion.
Interesting. Guillaume?
Same, and I will take an example for that. I will take an Indian example, UIP, the new Indian UPI, yeah. UPI every time I miss. UPI. The new Indian system, it's a magic. It works as a charm. It's, I think, 20 billion people use it per month.
Wow.
It's number of transactions, yeah. It's incredible. It's huge. And this is really change of infrastructure. And so nobody's going to own it. There's going to be also at the government layer, okay, the transactions, because UPI, like digital dirham, it's something owned by governments. And then people will build on top of that applications, and with certainly banks, and that's good, will package that and serve that to the people.
Incredible. Sadly, we have run out of time. Another brilliant conversation. We cannot thank you enough for being with us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, yes, grab your microphone. Thank you. Let's find out, shall we? The poll answers. Let's take a look. Do we have our answers up here on the screen? Who would you trust most with your money or financial data? Your bank at 71%. There you go. A fintech or payment startup, 18%. A global tech company, 11%. Oh dear. Right, let's move on now to our next frontier. And our next session is going to celebrate ambition, the bold, visionary, future-building kind. This is a conversation for anyone thinking big, building bigger, and ready to challenge the limits of what is possible. Let's find out what our poll is before we bring our guests up. Let's quickly take a look at the poll. This should be, will the next unicorn founder be completely AI-powered? No? Next one. What feature would you make switch? What feature would make you switch to one global app for all of your money? There we go. We've got another app one here. Anyway, take a look at that. Please do make sure you fill that in as I welcome our next rapid fire exchange guest. So, for your moderator, let's welcome Akshay Chaturvedi, the founder and CEO of Leverage. Very warm welcome. Great to see you. Would you like to introduce your guests up on stage?
Please let me welcome my dear brothers Aprameya and Saket, who are fantastic builders, and I've known them for over a decade. Please take your seats.
Where do you want to sit?
As you please, I think.
Yeah.
IGF is family, so we'll just keep it informal. I had no idea it was going to be rapid fire. I just realized that's a prefix to the session. But we've essentially prepared it to be a rapid fire, so I'll keep it short. Hi, thanks for everybody joining in. My name is Akshay Chaturvedi. I run a human mobility startup called Leverage. And amongst everybody else, we're also trying to figure out how to implement AI in every use case that we can as enterprises change. And that's something that we're going to talk about. So maybe if I can get both of you in a quick, the timer is on, and we're going to try and make it entertaining. So in about 30 seconds each, we can quickly introduce yourselves to the group, and then we'll get it moving.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Aprameya. I'm a serial entrepreneur. My first startup was the Uber for India called Taxi for Sure, which we sold to Ola. And then we attempted Twitter for India called Coup. Once Elon bought over Twitter and named it X, it became the alternative, and we didn't have much to do there. So hopefully at the right time, right place, right time, we'll do something again in social. But for now, exploring various consumer AI ideas.
Saket.
Hi everyone, I'm Saket Agarwal. We run a SaaS distribution business where we identify the best tech companies in Israel and Bay Area to solve problems in India. Companies we represent, we know how good they are, so we end up deploying some capital from our own balance sheet. Get to meet a lot of interesting people as a result of my work. So excited to be here.
No, awesome. So I'm going to just dive into it right away. And the first thing I wanted to get your thoughts on is as we build these new age AI enterprises, and as you would understand as well. And by the way, I've had this is a good setting because I've had the honor of seeing both of you build across the last 8-10 years in different avatars. I've seen you build Taxi for Sure as a fanboy, and then I've seen you build Coup closely. I've seen you build the entire Israeli tech ecosystem in India and beyond, and seen many avatars of that. And this is a question that I'm also personally curious about, even if the audience wasn't there. So as we essentially, as the moats in some sense move away from capital, infrastructure, people, geography, being able to network in platforms like these, to essentially our ability to just get up in the morning and think very creatively about something. As
the modus operandi of building a company really changes, that also means that you're able to think about a lot more things. You can take a lot more bets. So how do you essentially, you very interestingly said that you're thinking across a wide array of things, and you said that, hey, you look at a lot of companies across multiple areas. So what bets you essentially really kind of, you realize that, hey, this is something that I'm going to really double down on, because now you'll have plenty of them with the time and productivity to kind of think about it.
Yeah. So as an interesting question, and I'll just give you an example of what I'm doing right now, which is actually an answer. When I started the first company, there was only bandwidth for one idea, and we had to put a lot of people together to just get that one idea going.
That's right.
Because just getting a website together took us, I think, 6 months, right?
2012, for those out here in the room.
Yeah, 2011. And I think till we were building Koo till 2024, 23, 24, I think the engineering effort was always crazy, right? Like we had 200 engineers and all of those things. So right now we're actually experimenting 4 different really cool consumer AI ideas with 2.5 engineers, right? And I don't want to talk to a designer. I'm vibe coding on Lovable and Emergent and everywhere.
You it yourself?
Yeah.
Awesome.
So I'm vibe coding, then I pass it on to the engineers, and I try to do as much as possible without the engineer also. Like it's the natural instinct taking over, saying I don't want to deal with humans.
Avoid the back and forth and all that.
Yeah, and
Jhanjat.
The thing that I've realized is every human thinks that they have a perspective, and as the founder, you're not entering a social, conversation, right? You just have something in mind and you want it done and see whether it works or not. So I think that acceleration has happened for me already.
Just very quickly, how will you double down? You're trying out these 4 ideas.
Yeah, so because I can, try so many things at once, I'm trying to feel myself through to see, which one will have the least friction in the market. Like where do I have to spend the least amount of effort in marketing and spending money?
Very interesting.
Is what I'm trying to figure out while I see some of these products come alive.
And that's the Taxi for Sure and Koo cap as well. He's trying to figure out, this time I essentially want to make sure that PMF is fastest, friction is the least, and so on and so forth. Sakit, what are your thoughts on
I
this?
think 2-3 pointers. First of all, since we're in the business of distribution, a year ago there were only, say, 10 things to sell. Now there are 50 things to sell. So earlier you would only see technologies around CRM systems, certain basic banking systems, data, cybersecurity. Now certainly there's tech in legal, there's tech in accounting. So there's a lot of opportunities that have opened up because of AI to sort of build newer things. The second thing that I see is like whoever is coming and saying this is a certain industry or a category or a product, can you build a 5x better alternative? Of course. And that is just winning. So if you look at a company called Wiz, W-I-Z, it's a very popular cybersecurity company. They grew from 0 to $32 billion in acquisition in 5 years.
And you are the brand ambassador, you talk about it often.
Yeah, we brought them to India, and the difference was very simple. Like Palo Alto Networks took weeks to deploy in a large bank, and Wiz would deploy in 4 hours. It does not require services. So when the delta between what is existing and what is new is remarkably disproportionately high, that is when you say you go double, and that's why you see a lot of companies are going from 0 to 100 million ARR very quick, because the way to adopt it, implement it, use it is just very, very fast.
Awesome. I love that both of you have fit into my next question, and that makes it easier for me. We've largely spoken about the startup phase or the startup to growth phase, trying out multiple things, EGC, GTM, friction, least, all of those pieces. But as we scale companies, as companies become slightly more mature, and you've both had the, I would say, the experience of going through those phases as well, where you have geography come and limit you down. You have valleys of no capital out there. You have policy shocks. So how do you think about, now you essentially build a permutation combination and you kind of let these human cycles per se interact with this new AI world of building? So as companies will scale, how do founders think about all of these spaces?
I think the macros will still remain macros, right? Like you will be a small team which is running a multi-billion-dollar company.
There is no way to overcome that.
I mean, you'll use your intelligence. You'll react faster.
Okay.
You'll do all of those. So the cycles will be shorter. The impact on your business can be minimized. But the number of things that are running this world are just so many that you will never be able to figure out what. So for example, in coup, right, 3 macros went against us. One, Elon bought Twitter and named it X, and we were alternative to Twitter. He became the alternative to Twitter, richest man in the world, and hence nobody wanted to bet against him. Big macro that went against.
We asked him that question together, beginning of the year. Yeah.
Yeah, and second, we just started getting revenues in. Most of them were who were spending on us were gaming companies, and 28% GST was applied on them, and they stopped spending. So our revenue curve went like this and crashed. Elon bought Twitter and named it X. And then the funding winter was happening. So 3 macros. Now, how will AI, as in I don't know whether AI can predict any of these and help me with, these kind of things. So there will always be macros that I think will keep playing out. You'll react faster, you'll be more efficient, but...
you can only react faster and be more intelligent in terms of how you respond to it. Saket?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, you got to be blazing fast in adopting, implementing, thinking. Like, to Elon's point on, experiment fast, fail fast, succeed fast. Like,
how we can sit here and say Elon's points. Yeah, Elon, you're right on this, you're wrong.
No, and actually, the last visit we had, thanks to IGF with Elon, everyone's asking like, what was it like? I mean, beyond meeting him, just 6 hours before, we spent at Gigafactory to see everything. Everything he said was actually there, like breaking the convention, first principle thinking. So, and that's what we got to do. Like, we just need to take all that and move really fast.
Okay, so interestingly, so I'll make a shift again from 10 to 100 back to probably -1 to 0 now. And so a lot of people can, of course, you have the wisdom of seeing through multiple experiences, but a lot of people can vibe code. A lot of people can do the bunch of GTM things that you're speaking about. So now when we're speaking about these solopreneurs who are going to build billion-dollar companies and you would say like maybe 10, 20, 30 people company, efficiency really kicking in like we've never seen before. So now and you have been a prolific investor, you've bet your money on hundreds of companies across the entire world. Maybe some quick responses from both of you on what would this founder archetype look like? Maybe not now, but 3 years out, 5 years out, in that -1 to 0 phase. What are the kind of qualities that you will look for?
I think anyone who has deep insights into daily behavior, I'm talking from a consumer entrepreneur lens, insights into daily behavior of humans, understands it well, understands how to make humans both intellectually and physically lazier than what they are.
Physically lazy is important.
Yeah, physically and intellectually. People basically don't want to do anything, right?
Absolutely.
So as long as you keep innovating on products and services and technology that will keep doing that, the guys who can think that will be the guys who will be able to also vibe code, build stuff, put things together. So and also the other thing is the founders who can actually manage their agents, AI agents the best, rather than humans. Like, managing human resources was a big thing. Hire the right people, retain them, motivate them, take them out for lunch, drinks, everything. All of that will go away. And then the guys who basically know how to manage agents and keep a track of them and be creative on the other side and still understand humans, I think is the common.
Saket, I'm going to load one more piece on top of it before you start responding on what the founder archetype will be, but also and given you a lot of experiences also in B2B, how do enterprises think about this founder archetype? What would, if you were essentially an Emirates or other interesting enterprises like this who are sitting on a lot of capital, sitting on, hey, come and innovate me faster, better. So just kind of give us both of those lenses very quickly.
Yeah, the first point is interesting. I think what Apramaya is saying is very correct, but it's, in my opinion, going to become table stakes. Like, the founder has to innovate, has to think differently, find the right ideas.
But you might think so.
Yes.
It's not that common.
No, it is. I mean, it'll become like, how you expect a restaurant to have good food, but the service actually becomes a differentiator. What I am seeing is it's all about momentum. Like you pick an idea, how fast can you scale? And there are several examples. So if you see the VCs that are investing in companies, suddenly you see a 30 million seed round, 100 million, Series A.
We'll see where that goes. Yeah,
right. Yeah, which could be a bubble. But the reality is, if you look at companies like Glean, Replit, Lovable, some of these names you've heard, they've just gone from 0 to 200 million. And there are 20 competitors. They're stuck at a number, which is all about like, how do you pick an idea and grow really fast? If you're not, then someone else will anyway crush it because there's so much capital chasing the companies. So that's I think momentum will become a key differentiator. So I would look for a founder who is, like you as an example, who is very good at talking about what they're building.
I'll come for the checkbook.
Very
Thank
passionate and can do marketing and, go to market really well. Enterprises, again, we all hear about the Nokia example of how they died down because they did not want to change. And that, Nokia still had time to change. Now it's just really fast. So if I were Emirates or Air India or any large company, I would completely change my entire evaluation and buying process. So you need to have a very different way of doing procurement. They cannot ask budget justification and everything. They cannot delay the process because if you took 3 months to sign a contract or 6 months, by then the world has already changed and there's something new. So you got to keep experimenting very, very fast. And as a result, enterprises need a and the best example I can give is the 35-year-old minister we heard yesterday, His Excellency. And, the way he was thinking about change and technology is what we need in governments and companies to say, okay, I'm thinking from a completely fresh state and I'll bring in new stuff very, very fast and make it, see the end of the tunnel.
Makes sense. We got the last minute in. It's interesting you color it red so that we can see it more clearly. But and I'm going to let you go first, Saket. Super brief, super quick. Zigzagging our way back to something we were discussing just a few minutes back. Given all this, given everything that we've spoken about in the last 15 minutes, if you had to pick that one space within business, society, whatsoever, that one space where I'll kind of completely go all in because that's what you essentially need to differentiate yourself and build a great enterprise, whether it be while investing or essentially running a company, operating a company. What is that one space going to be? You want to start? Whoever essentially wants to go first. You could pick anything. You could pick something non-profit as well.
Yeah. So I think aligning with what humans truly want, as in, for example, longevity. Everybody wants to be younger. Everybody wants to live longer. I think that's a no-brainer.
Fantastic answer.
Right? To just double down on and be part of it in some way you can. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, I mean, one thing in general I tell everyone is you should double down on curiosity and less judgment. That's fundamental to everything, and we need way more curiosity than before. But one area that I'm generally betting big on is the infrastructure layer. So there'll be a lot of LLMs that will come, applications on top of it that will come, but that would keep changing and there'll be a lot of disruption. But the underlying infrastructure which powers everything, as if you're innovating in that becomes a very sticky, real moat. So, so that would be one area I would double down on.
Human longevity to essentially nuclear electricity and everything beyond. That's our time. Thank you so much, guys. Really grateful you came. And these two gentlemen, I think you should follow them around, whatever they're doing, follow the strategies. I've had the pleasure of knowing them, and thank you. Really enjoyed this.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. There we go. Yes, a brilliant panel there on AI, ambition, and $1 billion mindset. Right, it's time now for a quick break. Please do feel free to get to know each other better, grab some refreshments, and we are going to be back in about 10 to 15 minutes sharp, by the way, for a session on building the future retail model. So we'll see you in about 10 minutes' time. Thank you so much.
I believe we need to focus on 3 key areas. empowerment, mentorship, and support.
Merck Corporation, a visionary force in global investments, headquartered at Central Park Towers DIFC Dubai. Leaders in corporate growth and impact investing, committed to shaping the future, empowering sustainable businesses, building value through strategic investments, acquisitions, and partnerships. Strategic alliances with market leaders. Strong foothold in global markets. Long-term relationships built on trust. Driven by integrity, innovation, sustainability and excellence. Explore value-focused investment opportunities. Our social partners in UAE include Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Global Initiatives, UAE India Business Council, the Indian Social and Cultural Center in Abu Dhabi, IBPC Dubai, and India Club. Creating opportunities for those in need. Empowering the underprivileged. Safeguarding environment and ecosystem. Fostering positive social change. Merck, an impact-driven organization dedicated to shaping a brighter future.
What can a bank bring to the world? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. We believe in creating opportunities for prosperity. We are Emirates NBD.
SR, a global company with over 50 years' experience of building world-class assets in core economy sectors of energy, infrastructure, metals and mining, technology and retail. Over 50 years of heritage, investing over $28 billion. The greenfield assets we have built and monetized have brought in significant foreign direct investment into India. We have also fulfilled our corporate social responsibility through focused community uplift programs. SR today spans multiple geographies, employing thousands of people in India and internationally. Saddled across core sectors, our current portfolio of businesses include SR Energy Transition or EET, an initiative aimed to build a decarbonized industry cluster in the northwest of England. SR Exploration and Production, the foremost unconventional energy player in India. SR Ports, one of the fastest growing private sector port and terminal developer and operator in India. SR Power, one of India's first private sector power producers with transition plans to sustainable energy portfolio. SR Projects, over 5 decades of experience in EPC and project execution. Mesabi Metallics, world-class proven iron ore reserves in North America. Green Line, a pioneer in LNG-powered heavy trucking. Black Box, the fastest-growing global technology solutions integrators, armed with a strong balance sheet and stellar leadership, bolstered by sustainable earnings from portfolio businesses. We are continuing our nation-building journey while creating value for all stakeholders. SR, blueprint of a green vision.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity, reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
Success isn't built on the right opportunity. It's built on creating one. At Niveza Capital, we believe in investing in India's backbone, the businesses driving transformation across industries. In every sector shaping India's tomorrow, from defense to oil, real estate to innovation, we see stories of conviction, not just growth. Our philosophy is clear: quality over quantity. We focus on a smaller number of quality stocks, diversified by industry, rather than a large number of investments. With a concentrated, sector-agnostic portfolio, we stay disciplined, hyper-focused, and ready for breakthroughs. We uncover the undiscovered, under-researched, and undervalued companies through our proprietary person-to-portfolio research model. Because research is our raw material and our competitive edge in unlocking value where others overlook it. With over 5 decades of collective experience, our goal is simple: unlock value, build trust, and participate in India's long-term growth story. We are Niveza Capital, investing beyond the obvious.
I believe we need to focus on three key areas: empowerment, mentorship, and support.
Merck Corporation, a visionary force in global investments, headquartered at Central Park Towers DIFC Dubai. Leaders in corporate growth and impact investing, committed to shaping the future, empowering sustainable businesses, building value through strategic investments, acquisitions, and partnerships. Strategic alliances with market leaders. Strong foothold in global markets. Long-term relationships built on trust. Driven by integrity, innovation, sustainability and excellence. Explore value-focused investment opportunities. Our social partners in UAE include Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Global Initiatives, UAE India Business Council, the Indian Social and Cultural Center in Abu Dhabi, IBPC Dubai, and India Club. Creating opportunities for those in need. Empowering the underprivileged. Safeguarding environment and ecosystem. Fostering positive social change. Merck, an impact-driven organization dedicated to shaping a brighter future.
What can a bank bring to the world? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. We believe in creating opportunities for prosperity. We are Emirates NBD.
SR, a global company with over 50 years experience of building world-class assets in core economy sectors of energy, infrastructure, metals and mining, technology and retail. Over 50 years of heritage, investing over $28 billion. The greenfield assets we have built and monetized have brought in significant foreign direct investment into India. We have also fulfilled our corporate social responsibility through focused community uplift programs. SR today spans multiple geographies, employing thousands of people in India and internationally. Saddled across core sectors, our current portfolio of businesses include SR Energy Transition or EET, an initiative aimed to build a decarbonized industry cluster in the northwest of England. SR Exploration and Production, the foremost unconventional energy player in India. SR Ports, one of the fastest growing private sector port and terminal developer and operator in India. SR Power, one of India's first private sector power producers with transition plans to sustainable energy portfolio. SR Projects, over 5 decades of experience in EPC and project execution. Mesabi Metallics, world-class proven iron ore reserves in North America. Green Line, a pioneer in LNG-powered heavy trucking. Black Box, the fastest growing global technology solutions integrators, armed with a strong balance sheet and stellar leadership, bolstered by sustainable earnings from portfolio businesses. We are continuing our nation-building journey while creating value for all stakeholders. SR, blueprint of a green vision.
The world is shifting, economies are rewiring, and one platform is connecting the people waiting to be a part of the India growth story. India Global Forum is where the world meets global India. An exclusive platform connecting leaders, investors, policymakers, and change makers across continents, bringing together ideas, investment, and influence. Our stages spark change. Our premium and unmatched curated experiences unlock new possibilities. We connect the dots between tech and policy, innovation and investment, business and diplomacy. For our partners, IGF is more than a platform. It's a launchpad. It is access, visibility, gravitas. From India to UK, UAE to USA, we bring you to the heart of the conversations that power the next era of progress. We believe India's growth is the world's opportunity, and we are the gateway to seize it. This is where global ambition meets Indian momentum, where governments, investors, founders, and thinkers move from talk to trust to action. This is where ideas go global. In an era defined by uncertainty, the world is searching for direction. India rises, not just as a market, but as a mindset, open, ambitious, confident. India is no longer a story of potential, it's a story of proof. From the trading floors to the boardrooms of the world, capital is finding its new home. This is where that story comes together. This is IGF Mumbai 2026, Catalyzing Capital.
At IGF Networks, leaders, visionaries and changemakers come together to share ideas, build connections and create meaningful impact.
I've known the forum for a long time, and the energy and the learning it brings is something supremely exciting.
I've managed to connect with really interesting, kind and ambitious people across ages and sectors through the India Global Forum.
Membership to the IGF Networks is built on 5 pillars that define global leadership. Prosperity with purpose. 1 global community. Innovation that delivers. Leadership for life. Trust that lasts.
A family who get to know each other over the years, understand the business that everyone's engaged with.
I think that's really what IGF does, right? Really makes you kind of open your mind into the endless possibilities.
Join the IGF Networks, where leadership meets global impact.
The world is shifting, Economies are rewiring, and one platform is connecting the people waiting to be a part of the India growth story. India Global Forum is where the world meets global India.
And we will get started. And yes, we still have quite a tight, packed agenda. So yes, let's get started with our second half of the afternoon. And next on the agenda, we are going to turn our attention to experience and the new retail reality where offline and online aren't competing, they're converging. Right, here is our next poll question. Please do take a look and answer that for us. I'm hoping that'll come up on the screen. This is related to retail. Here we go. Will the next unicorn founder be completely AI powered? I think this might have been for the previous session, but we can still get that one answered, of course, as well. Unless we have one related to retail. And this is quite a good one, actually. Let's see if that pops up and we can get that answered. Here we go. Let's see if we have our next poll. And yes, you can always use our QR codes that are on your chairs there. Right, well, we'll take a look at the poll a little later on, because in the meantime, last year, global e-commerce crossed $6 trillion, yet physical retail also surged, with 70% of shoppers saying they still prefer brands offering seamless hybrid experiences. Meanwhile, AI-driven personalization is projected to generate $1.2 trillion in additional retail revenue globally by 2030. So our speakers today are very much building on this new retail consumer. We are so delighted that they have joined us here today. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Sumit Mitra. He's the CEO of Tesco Business Solutions and Tesco India. He's also the chairman of Omnisol Tesco India. A very warm welcome. Brilliant to have Dr. Sumit Mitra with us, and rounding out our panel, we're delighted to have Sailesh Jain, who's the Global Head of Analytics at Landmark Group. A very warm welcome. Right, here we go. Thank you so much, first and foremost, for joining us. A lot to discuss and very little time. We're on quite a bit of a deadline at the moment. But Dr. Sumit Mitra, your world is very much built on understanding scale. So what would you say is the single biggest disruptor that's shaping the future of retail today?
Thank you, and such a pleasure to be here today. So if I think about from Tesco retail customer perspective, I think how we connect to the customer and how we shepherd them through difficult times that we are facing in our markets, especially in UK, will remain the key for us. And then the obvious is AI. AI will be a big disruptor in retail and will continue to, has always been a disruptor in the last 4 or 5 years, and it will continue to be a big disruptor. And then the final thing I would say is it's the customer experience that you provide overall. And experience is not just about product or clean stores, or it's the omni-channel 360-degree experience. How you buy it, when you buy it, how available your products are, and how do you deliver to them, and how do you cater to them, and easily, how can you be easily most convenient for your customer becomes the key differentiator, really.
Because I'm in the sort of still very much in the traditional mindset. I love going to the mall. I love the whole experience. I love feeling the clothes and everything else. Online just doesn't really do it for me, but I know it does for a lot of people now. But it's going to be interesting to see how that translates with, as you mentioned, AI coming into the picture. But Sailesh, over the next 3 years, how do you think? Let's stick with AI for a moment. How do you think that's going to very much change that everyday shopping experience? Not necessarily, in theory, but also in ways in which, people feel and experience at the end of the day.
There was quite an interesting question that you asked on the poll earlier, which was, would you trust an AI with the equal equity partner in your startup? And the answer was also equal, 50-50. So I'll just build upon that. Why would you not trust AI, or why would you trust AI? Is it because you don't understand AI or you don't trust AI? First of all, AI is for everyone. It's not just for the retailers, it's for the consumer as well. Everybody's exposed to the AI and the possibilities of AI as much as both the providers, as the retailer, as well as the consumers as well. What that means is consumers are expecting far more. Your customers are not really just looking for you to have the product available in the shelf. They're not available them to be only priced rightly, and they're not really expecting you to be having ease of experience and the quality every single time. That is just a basic hygiene. What they're expecting now for you to understand them. They're expecting you to give them an experience. You spoke about physical store. Physical store is not just a store where you go to buy, you go there to experience. And that has to be enhanced significantly with both AI and the human working hand in hand, as opposed to working against each other. Because the moment you say physical versus the online, clearly you're creating a divide, which means online is more artificial intelligence and physical is purely physical without any AI.
So Dr. Sumit, going back to you, how much of AI are you seeing coming into the market right now then? Because as mentioned previously when I spoke to Dubai Future Foundation, we're still in its infancy. We're still not really there. A lot of these pilots are failing as well. There was an MIT report that said, I think 95% of companies failed when implementing, these pilot phases with AI. But it means that people are trying. That's the only positive sort of link. What is your thought in terms of how we're advancing in the retail space?
Look, we need to make technology simple for everybody to understand. So the way we think about AI is in three buckets from a use case perspective. The first one is around things that humans can do but shouldn't do. So we call it sort of more using machine learning and things that is task-based, rule-based, repetitive that can be done. The second bucket, we say there are things that human brains can't comprehend, too much data. How do you bring that together to drive insights, this then drive actions? So data is only good if you can drive actions from it. So how do you convert that data into actions, which human brains can't comprehend? And the third bucket is how do you use AI to make humans more powerful? I call it almost Iron Man suit. You put the Iron Man suit on and suddenly you have superpowers. So how do you use the third? And then what we're doing is classifying the business and finding use cases that fits into those buckets. AI is also about, the way I look at it is we shouldn't think about this as a tool and how do we automate a process. AI is about reimagination. It's about having a white sheet of paper and thinking, how do you start and how do you finish? And what's the outcome you want to drive? And think about what AI can do to structure your unstructured data and how do you drive a seamless zero-touch mechanism where humans are in the loop to drive exceptions. So there are a number of use cases we're working on, whether it's product quality, whether it's cost intelligence, pricing and promotions, whether it's really understanding and driving personalization for our 25 million customers, whether it's operational efficiency, whether it's online and picking, really accelerating picking for our stores, and also things like product returns, where, on a business where we have 95 million shopping trips, we have annually, in a week, and that's huge volume, and we get about 290,000 product returns. So how do you handle that quickly? And would you believe there's one person who is dealing with 295,000 product returns? We call him the Iron Man women. And he works with AI to drive that forward.
Isn't that incredible? I mean, it just sparks efficiency. It reduces your costs at the end of the day as well. I mean, it's another level, isn't it, of efficiency. Sailesh, what about you? What are you seeing in terms of AI and how that's integrating into that retail experience as well right now?
I'll just build upon what Dr. Sumit said. First of all, productivity, efficiency, automation, all of those, that's the basic stuff. The level of intelligence at which the AI is today, the kind of LLMs which are commercially available to us, that's the basic stuff everybody should go after based on your use cases, what works for you. You're able to fine-tune the LLM or the AI agent, you can train it for your purposes. That's okay for light to medium complexity decision making. Where I see this failing, not failing in terms of the AI projects that you pick up, failing is people are not really strategically thinking about the powers of the AI. Only the AI companies are, but not everybody is. Your model, if I talk about retail, retail is primarily designed for human-to-human interaction. It's not designed for agent-to-agent interaction. My agent calls your agent and completes a business deal. For example, let's just say you're ordering a pizza, you go onto your app, you select, it just shows you what was the last pizza you order, you apply, you make the payment. 3 to 4 minutes, you call that a grand success. That transaction, you type on your ChatGPT, your ChatGPT talks to my AI, it should complete end-to-end in 3 seconds, applying the right coupon from your email, your WhatsApp, wherever that is, and get you the best deal and the best pizza possible. You're not designing for that yet. And that's the big question, where biggest opportunity that a lot of people are missing out on.
Yeah. So what would you say? I mean, we've spoken about, this hybrid, it's all about experience, and we're going to sort of mesh these two worlds together. But how would you describe the future of retail? What in your mind is that really going to look like? Tell us, run through some of the sort of key elements, maybe for sort of the next 10 years or so.
I mean, look, here is some data. What we found is customers who are using our physical stores as well as online, we find they are 60% spending more, 60% more money than somebody who's spending just in stores or online. And then we have quick commerce called Whoosh. So what we found is people who are using Whoosh, they are spending 30% more than sort of just one channel. And then if they're using all three, they are 92% more than anybody else. So that's the future for us, is how connected we are as an ecosystem across quick commerce, across online channel, across physical stores. And then do you have an app right at the center in the heart which connects the three experience together? So, we are finding, whatever your shopping habits are, however you want to eat, however you want to, lead your life, there has to be easily convenient for you to maneuver through the system. And how do you make that easier for the customer to navigate this? Because customer is not interested, whether it's AI, machine learning, or whatever it might be, or they are interested in their own experience when they touch, feel Tesco as a group, and what is their experience, and that matters.
And it's all about ease of use at the end of the day. And actually, the customer is the most important thing in all of this at the end of the day, right? What in your mind is the future of retail, if you could sort of project in 10 years' time?
Look, I think Dr. Sumit has nailed it. Customer is not looking for you to know about as to which category I shop in and predict that and have the inventory available at the right price. They are expecting us to predicting the moments in which they shop. If a customer is shopping for a school bag, for a study desk, and a loungewear, these are not the three categories. They were actually there to shop for back-to-school collection, school bag, and they said, I will actually shop for a study desk as well, and while I'm at it, maybe just buy myself a loungewear. If you're not really looking at the life stage and the life moments the customer are in, and you're just looking at as three separate categories and treating them separately with different promotions, etc., you're going to fail. You're going to fail yourself as well as the customer's expectation of you as well. And that's pretty much where the AI and the human interaction becomes really powerful. You give them the experience that they're looking for. Customer walking into the store and say, why the item that I'm expecting is not here? These are the basic questions, which everybody will solve pretty much in the next year to year and a half if they've not solved it already. But this is where the real value starts to unlock.
Well, it seems that there have been a lot of technological advancements in this space anyway for years, even maybe AI, we could say, for quite a long time. But if the technology is there, why are so many consumers still seeing out of stock items, irrelevant offers? I mean, it's not really quite there yet. Why is that right now?
Look, I'll put this in the context of the AI. AI is right now the way it's being used. It's being designed to look backwards, analyze the backwards as opposed to looking forward, even though the forecasting algorithms and all of them are in place. But you want to be at a place where you're solving these problems in the real time. You don't want your store staff to be doing those tasks. Everybody's is scared about as to what will AI replace my job. In fact, AI should replace the jobs which frustrate you. A store agent scanning through all the shelves and figuring out what is out of stock, printing labels, looking for the sizes that you're looking for. These are the frustrating jobs which should be outsourced to the AI. What they should be focusing on is the human touch. If a customer is asking for what formula did you use for your baby, no algorithm can replace that. Okay, and that is where when I spoke about earlier as well in terms of the experience. But again, coming back to your question in terms of the shelf space, in terms of the inventory availability, focusing more on the real-time variables, how the temperature is impacting you, how the shift in the demographics is impacting you, and how the competition is impacting you. A lot of these have to be taken into account so that you ensure the inventory availability in the store, which a lot of us might not be doing at the moment.
And also, let's not forget that, if I look at Tesco, 70% of our business is still physical stores. And let's not forget the community element of it. There are a lot of isolation. There is a lot of people who would like to go in, and even they're buying a bottle of milk, they want to sit down and have a coffee and talk to their friends, and make friends. It's like a community hub, which Tesco helps create. It's also a community presence which supports the local charities and support the surrounding neighborhood, and how do we make that community a little better every day. So that's something is a big deal, and people also buy from people. I think we forget that sometimes in the day of machine, is that, does a store manager know the names of everybody who's coming into the store, at least the regular shoppers, their family, their children, which school they go to, and how can they support their local school? It matters and becomes really important. So sometimes we really forget the human element of, to me, online is very impersonal. It's a machine which is prompting you and telling you what to do, whereas, the touch and feel and seeing the product with your own hand, and there's a lot of people who care about that.
I'm still in that group. Yeah, I love going to the mall. Right, we had a poll question up. Maybe we could just get the answers from that, because I'd love to get your take on this actually, and some of the. Oh, look at this. Would you let AI choose your wardrobe? No human input. A huge 78% said no. That's really interesting, isn't it? Well, quick takeaways on that. What are your thoughts?
I think it's true. But would I need AI to kind of help and assist me? That's great. Again, it's the Iron Man suit. Can it help me to choose, give me option? In the end, I am in control of my own destiny. So therefore, I will choose what I want to do, when I want to do, and how I want to do it.
Interesting.
This one is easier for me because this answer has already been answered by my wife. She will not let any AI choose my wardrobe. She will choose my wardrobe. But again, look, why not? Yes, absolutely. Because all the variables that I'm looking at in terms of what's in trend, what actually looks good on me for my body shape, my size, my height, etc., whatever shape or size I will be at that time, and what occasion I'm wearing for, it can do, if you provide the right data and variables, as well as the input, it can do as good a job as anybody else. So why not?
There you go. Sadly, we have run out of time, but a brilliant discussion there. We cannot thank you enough for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we move swiftly on now to deep tech, which is a sector projected to exceed $4 trillion in global enterprise value by 2030, with AI, robotics, semiconductors, advanced materials, and climate tech leading the charge. So to tell us a little bit more, we are going to be talking about the AI and tech investment frontier. Here is our poll question before I bring our guests up. Let's take a look at what we have. Our next frontier, the AI and tech investment frontier. Let's see if we have a quick poll question for you. If not, we can get that up maybe midway through our next conversation. Right, time now to dive into how investors are navigating this whole new landscape. Let's welcome your moderator, Archana Jahagirdar, who is the founder and managing partner of Rukam Capital. A very warm welcome. And also joining us, we have Kunal Upadhyay, who's the co-founder of IIMA Ventures. Welcome.
Yeah, we are in the middle of the afternoon, so we need to wake everyone up.
Let's do our
So
best.
we need to keep the conversation lively and meaningful. So, okay, just quickly getting into the whole deep tech piece. Thoughts on capitalization, thoughts on what will it take to really have the next, giants in deep tech coming out?
So deep tech is a slightly different beast. I mean, if we look back at the history of venture capital, history of startup community, it actually started with a lot of deep tech, but over a period of time, shallow tech has come about, which is people trying to solve the simpler problems. Now that many of those simpler problems have been solved, people are beginning to focus back on technologies which require significant amount of R&D to happen, significant amount of product development to happen. And these products will have a relatively longer gestation period, longer cycle. It takes a while for a technology to mature from a technology readiness level 1 to technology readiness level 5. I mean, TRL is the framework which is very often used for measuring how ready a technology is to hit the market. I think within this segment, there is a much different ecosystem which has a role to play. Universities, for example, have a very critical role to play in helping develop these technologies. Very often these technologies may not necessarily have a ready market. I mean, as we've seen elsewhere in the world, the government has a very active role to play in actually adopting these technologies, being the first customers for these technologies, and the entire ecosystem actually needs to help them. I mean, the corporates need to come and chip in, help adoption of these technologies. Very rarely would these technologies be consumer focused. Maybe it will take a little while for consumers to accept these technologies, but B2B, B2G, the entire ecosystem needs to actually very actively facilitate the adoption of these technologies. So very different from what the consumer tech landscape in the country or across the world has been. This will require a slightly different approach. From an investor standpoint, we'll need to be a lot more patient versus what we've been with consumer tech companies. These will take maybe 6 to 8 to 10 years for these technologies to mature. And I'll give you a very simple example of one of the companies that we'd invested long back. I mean, this is a company called IdeaForge, which recently had an IPO in India. But it took them almost 14 years to get to a point where they became IPOable. They were primarily serving the defense sector, and therefore it took a while for the contracts to come about. But once these technologies are proven, once they've gotten to a point where the product market fit has been established, you end up creating significant differentiations, moats, since we were talking about it, enormous amount of intellectual property that gets developed, which becomes your moat. And there's no better moat to develop versus a intellectual property which is safeguarded behind a patent. So that's the landscape that we are going to be operating in within the...
So are there specific areas within deep tech where you think that there's natural sort of momentum building up, both in India and maybe in this region that you'd like to comment on?
See, I mean, it's fantastic to see the excitement around AI that's happening here, but also in India. I feel that within India, and again, the government of India, you did refer to it, has very recently launched what is called the Research Development and Innovation Fund, which is a phenomenal commitment that the government of India is making, almost close to around $2.5 billion commitment on an annual basis that's going to go into primarily startups creating deep tech innovations. A big
and
chunk.
I think what is interesting about that is that the department which has been, which is commissioning this fund of funds is actually spending time with all the stakeholders to understand the landscape, areas of focus, which is quite collaborative and quite interesting.
I mean, it's pretty much been industry designed, and kudos to the government for having done that. But I mean,
you look at it from a semiconductor standpoint, you look at space tech, you look at advanced materials, you name it, robotics. The government is focusing on many of these sectors, and rightly so, because these are the sectors where the market failures are happening. As I was mentioning earlier, the gestation periods tend to be much longer. So the government puts in capital where the markets are failing and provides a risk cushion to private investors like us, entrepreneurs. It allows them to leapfrog the proverbial valley of death and get to a point where these become viable in the market. And government definitely has a critical role to play there.
And I think it'll also make these startups much more acceptable to their customers, which often is the government, like you mentioned. I think, so the government, in a sense, becomes an enabler both from a risk capital, one end is that, and as a customer at the other end, And I think that also opens up international markets, wherever India sort of has good trade relationships. So, but I'll come back to my earlier question. Is there any specific, 2-3 areas where you really think should be India's focus at the moment?
So I definitely feel that India has already taken a little bit of made a little bit of a head start in, and I don't want to talk about AI. I mean, everyone has talked about AI sufficiently here. I want to talk, for example, about space tech. India has really come of age, some fascinating companies that have come out of, or have been coming out of India. And what we see now, Archana, is clusters emerging.
Yeah.
A very interesting space cluster is emerging around Ahmedabad because there's ISRO there. So fascinating number of companies that are coming just around space, whether it is on the downstream side, whether it is on the upstream side. Both sides the innovation is happening. The second area is biotech. And I mean, what's happening today is data, biology, technology, everything is converging, which means the time and effort that is going into developing new products has been crunched.
Yeah.
So phenomenal amount, and I mean, kudos to the government of India again, because biotech is an area where the government has been investing for the last almost 15 odd years with BIRAC and other interventions. So that's one interesting segment which is emerging.
And where are those clusters? For the sake of the audience,
yeah, so the biotech cluster is actually in Bangalore significantly. There's an institution called CCAMP, which is fast emerging as a biotech cluster enabler. But many of these institutions, I should say, where these technologies or these ventures are now coming out of are actually public institutions.
Yes.
While a cluster approach is one way to slice and dice this problem, an equally interesting approach is we look at the top research labs in the country, whether it is the Council of Scientific Industrial Research, whether it is the IIT system, whether it is IISc system, the ISER system, the Department of Biotech system. All of a sudden,
STPI.
All of a sudden, the research labs that we used to think are meant only for some
we never knew what they were doing.
Yeah, we never knew what they were up to, are beginning to produce some phenomenal outcomes.
Yeah.
And these are outcomes that we as a country are beginning to feel extremely proud of. And I mean, the third cluster, which is automatically emerging, is actually in IIT Madras.
Yes.
Where the research park, I wouldn't necessarily slice or dice it sectorally. But even in an area like, a boring area, to make it controversial, a boring area like non-destructive testing laboratory in IIT Madras has now produced 8 companies that have been venture funded. So, enormous amount of innovation is happening in corners which we never knew existed. But those corners are beginning to produce some fantastic outcomes.
So, it's in diligence right now, but we are likely to invest in an eVTOL company, which is headquartered out of Jaipur. Can you imagine, of all places, and incredible work this founder has done. So, I mean, and it's a vertical, I'm like, wow, and with a pretty decent payload capacity. So, I think to the point that you're making, that these various clusters have, of course, given birth to a whole ecosystem which we almost didn't know was happening.
Yeah.
So we are on the last few seconds. So apart from these 2-3 areas that you pointed out, anything else that is not so evident as space tech and biotech and all is?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to give a sector as such, but what I'm going to say is, and I made this point
Semiconductor is also pretty...
Semiconductor is picking up. The interesting thing that is happening, which I referred to in my conversation yesterday with some of us, is India is seeing that inflection point that India saw around liberalization or India saw around Y2K, where all of a sudden Indian services company came to the limelight. This is the moment when Indian product companies are going to come to the limelight. I mean, we've seen examples of fantastic AI companies here, but I mean, you look at Observe, you look at Unifor, you look at Niramai, Indian AI companies which are beginning to make waves globally.
Sarvam,
and that's going to continue to happen in the times to come because of the enabling ecosystem that has finally come together. Capital on one side, these research labs have existed, chemicals, materials, green chemicals, so much happening.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think if I would just quickly summarize for everybody in the audience that if you're looking for deep tech in India, you can look at it from a cluster perspective, sectoral perspective, and of course there are some hidden gems which I think need discovery and a little bit more of legwork and hard work. Any closing sort of summation points that you'd like to?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say is there has never been a better time to be an entrepreneur in India. There has never been a better time to be an investor in India. You have to be patient. It will take a little while, but what people used to call an elephant is moving at a really fast pace today. And if you don't keep pace with it, you're going to miss out on a big opportunity. So requesting everyone here to actually participate in the Indian deep tech wave that's happening around us.
Everyone's welcome to India, right?
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Kunal. I think it was really a pleasure talking to you, and you've got a lot of wealth and breadth of experience in the investing space. And thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next frontier here at the India Global Forum is all about resilience. And today, nearly 90% of global goods still move through maritime trade, yet supply chains are more fragile than ever. In 2024 alone, disruptions cost businesses an estimated $2 trillion, driven by rerouted shipping, geopolitical tension, climate events, and port congestion. A huge figure there. And I'm absolutely delighted to welcome our next guests. However, here is your poll question first and foremost to get us started. Here we go. When you order something internationally, what matters most to you as a consumer? Speed, cost, eco-friendly logistics, the ability to track my shipment in real time. Please do get those answered, and we'll reflect on those with our guests in just a moment. But in the meantime, to decode the new DNA of global logistics and movement, please give a very warm welcome to Mohsen Ahmad, who is the CEO of Logistics for Dubai South and Dubai World Central Corporation. A very warm welcome to Mohsen Ahmad. Thank you. How wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate your time. Dr. Prakash Rao is the Executive Vice President and Business Head of Logistics at Landmark Group. Welcome. How are you? And rounding out our panel, we're delighted to have Vikrant Bansali, who's the CEO for the Middle East at United Bank for Africa. Welcome. Wow, what an incredible panel lineup we have for this one. Thank you so much for your time. And yes, we are talking everything resilience. Not much time, sadly, as we're running quite a tight ship. However, Mohsen, let's start off with you. Now, I wanted to sort of set the scene in terms of like a general landscape overview in terms of from where you sit, which areas and parts of the global supply chain map do you think are being redrawn right now? It feels like it's always being rewritten, though. There's always something, right?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having me here. I think the thing with global supply chain is the continuous change that's going to happen. It's not like something that is carved and it's going to stay. We're seeing that throughout many years, simply because people find different areas where the manufacturings are happening. You have growth in some other areas. I mean, if you come to particularly to here, sort of Middle East, Africa, and the Indian subcontinent, you're talking about almost half of the world's population within sort of a very close proximity. And post-COVID, you've seen production shift. Now we are here, the Indian global. A lot of it has shifted to sort of India. Pharmaceuticals is definitely one thing the panel we're talking about. So that shift will definitely change. Another constraint you're going to have is the capacity when it comes to the supply chain network. Yes, there's one side is where you do manufacturing, and the capacity is how do you build that capacity. Now here where we come in the picture, where we're building the new airport, Dubai South Al Maktoum International Airport, where we're trying to increase that capacity to do that sort of a cross trade between the region and on sort of a global scale.
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, you've got a big job on your hand there. My goodness.
Yeah, just a correction. I only do the supply chain and logistics, that side of it. We have 3 different verticals that handle that.
Okay, interesting. But still a big job, my goodness. Moving over to Dr. Prakash. Where do you think trade corridors fail today, and who is positioned to really sort of fix which part? What do you think in terms of that general landscape overview? Where do we fail in all of this?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me here. So I think one key point of failure is the nodes of handover, right? Now, if you see this region, most of it is imported. And your poll just said speed is of essence for an e-commerce customer. So if speed is of essence, the transactions in the various supply chain nodes have to be seamless, have to be smooth, have to be transparent. The handovers between the various nodes really have to work efficiently. And that's where the failure happens. And that's where I think our region, UAE and Dubai as such, have an advantage. Like Mohsin was speaking about Dubai South. Now Dubai South, if you just take as an example, facilitates multimodal environment. They have business models, which cater to ocean, air, road. You say it's a multimodal. They provide a business model for businesses for seamless transaction and with speed, with efficiency, and with total transparency, security, and visibility. So that's the kind of business model governments need to build, and I think Dubai is a prime example. So anywhere where there's a handshake between supply chain in an international, a long supply chain with various handshakes, that's where the failures happen. And that's where we need to take care, put technology, put systems and processes in place.
I mean, e-commerce has completely disrupted the market in all of this, and the customer expectation has grown so much as well. Cost, the speed of delivery and things like that. So it's really interesting to see how it's all changed over the years. But Vikrant, over to you. Africa and Middle East trade is very much changing and expanding, but corridor financing is very much fragmented. So what sort of specific risks have been blocking capital from flowing into sort of large logistics projects then, do you think?
Right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the question. We're stretching the discussion from India, Middle East, bringing in Africa, looking at the entire global South. And yes, there have been changes in the supply chain. Yes, the financing at times can have challenges. But as an African bank, we pride ourselves on being able to not only see the risks, but also see the nuances and the opportunities there. So if you see, Africa, we need to fix the perception. Now, if you think about Africa, there's a recent report. The median growth rate in Africa is around 4.5%, which is much higher than the rest of the emerging markets. The upgrade to downgrade, the rating changes, it's about 3:1. So for every 1 downgrade in Africa, we've had 3 upgrades. So the infrastructure, the governance, the demographics, all are in favor of Africa. The financing in Africa has gone up in a big way. And more creative structures are being used now to finance the trade. So yes, there was fragmentation. Yes, there were gaps in the financing. But of late, we've seen very large transactions happen. Dangote Refinery being one, in which our bank, UBA, was a key partner. That's a $4 billion financing that happened. And interestingly, that was led by an African consortium, right? Similarly, there was another refinery, a project that we financed in Tanzania, which was $400 million. We participated in that. We did a recent financing, $150 million we've committed in Kenya for the road project. So what I'm trying to give you here is a sense that financing is available. It's a question of understanding the nuances and putting the right structures in place. So financing isn't a gap as much as people often talk about.
And I suppose the risks and the types of risks change all the time, don't they? And they vary, I suppose, from region to region. But Mohsen, back to you. What would you say is the biggest bottleneck then that you see today between ports and free zones and last mile operators? And how exactly is Dubai South engineering around that? What do you see as the biggest problem today?
I mean, the session before here were a lot about technology and IT, and we had the gentleman who talked about sort of understanding the client's requirement. I mean, today, everybody, the buzzword maybe is supply chain, but actually it's demand chain planning. It's how do you predict the demand and how do you, and that where technology comes in, where you're predicting, where you're putting your stock. Now, whenever cargo is moving towards the client, it's adding value. If it sits there, it's stagnant, he knows out of all the people, his cost of inventory goes up, and that's not something that they want to do. So technology is a challenge, is how do you get that synergies in between and try to get it. Now, it's still we're living in a physical domain. It's not the science fiction where you print a thing at home, but the physical is the capacity to move things around. Today, we have a big challenge, especially you mentioned about e-commerce. E-commerce in many airports, it used to be a special handling. Now it's becoming a normal way of doing business. I was in Singapore. E-commerce was probably a single-digit handling at their cargo terminal. Today, it's the main handling of their cargo. So the general cargo and e-commerce, they cannot distinguish anymore. So to handle that, you need technology. To handle that, you need sort of a system integration between and also to plan the capacity. Our biggest challenge is when countries have bilateral agreement is to decouple passenger bilateral flights, because that's one of the things that whenever they have the flight capacity for it, decoupling that from the cargo, so the cargo to be very free. That's a key where you get more connectivity. People, fine, countries can still have that. But when you free up the cargo, where we have more express, more people going, without taking up the slots, that could enable to trade, and it will help out in the sort of the cross-border. And finally, is the pre-clearance across the cross-border. If there are regular people in the US, they did this many years ago on sort of known shipper concept. And if you want to do it in the region where we have that pre-clearance, where the information is shared, and people can do the clearance right up.
Really interesting. I wanted to stick with this subject of e-commerce, of course, with you, Dr. Prakash, because, you know, as we mentioned, it's very much disrupted delivery expectations. We've got same day, we've got next day. What type of corridor redesigns, in your mind, are really essential to all of this without burning any cost at the same time?
Yeah, if you see, I think in 2015, the norm was 5 to 7 days delivery, right? Post-COVID became next day delivery, and now people want same day or 15 minutes delivery, right? The quick commerce aspect, and it's no longer a premium. So, I mean, it will be a bit counterintuitive when I question this. Do you need an iPhone or a beauty kit in 15 minutes, right? But that's what the consumer wants. And unfortunately, we have to work from the consumer backwards, and we have to facilitate this. So, if you look at the e-commerce infrastructure ecosystem, I mean, to fulfill it, we have to look at it from the visibility point of view, from exposing the inventory to the consumer, what we call, we have inventory at various nodes, right? We have in distribution centers, we have in stores, we have in transit. So we need technology to expose this inventory to the consumer wherever it is with different customer promises. So that's one big part in terms of the change which is required. Second is in terms of your network of fulfillment centers. So traditionally, a single big DC was enough, say for a country like UAE, and then you distribute. But today, when the speed is of so much essential, and people want the same day, next day, you have to have micro fulfillment centers. You need to spread your distribution centers across. You have to be close to the customer clusters, right? And that involves cost. In terms of your inventory increases. So how do you optimize between speed and inventory? How do you build an optimum network? So that's a big question. Again, you require technology there, to build the right network, and you require automation. You require sort centers, to process the items, and the third part is, of course, the last mile and returns, right? That's a big chunk where we are really struggling, and that's the area where all the technologies which I think Shailesh just spoke about, AI, ML, pattern recognition, how to optimize the routes, how to utilize this, the trucks the best way. All these technologies come in to make last mile optimum. But having said that, it's very difficult business because, for the consumer now, everything is an impulse purchase because you really don't need to pay. There's something called cash on delivery. So he just feels like buying it. He'll say, okay, let me buy it. And then when the delivery guy goes to deliver, he says, I don't want it, or he's not available. So technology to even track the consumer, whether he's available, to take his payment. Just as a statistic, even for a prepaid shipment, it takes almost 1.3, 1.4 attempts to deliver the product to the customer. So the driver is taking the same product to the same house more than one time. So you can imagine how it affects, we talk about social responsibility, sustainability. Yeah. It's actually quite opposite, right? And in a cash on delivery, it can go to 3-4 times with 50% rejection. Conversion in a cash on delivery shipment is less than 50%. So you keep on making attempts, the product is returned. So it's very counterintuitive the way the consumer thinks. So I think there has to be some consumer awareness of what you need to order, how you need to order. So last mile is the most difficult piece. And we have various models. We're trying electric, we're trying bicycles, we're trying vans, we're making clusters, and then getting the returns back, right? That's another. So all this requires technology, and that's the technology which Shailesh was talking about. You really require, intelligence, how to do it the most optimum way, how to optimize your routes, how to utilize your trucks, how to minimize the waste. And the last thing I just want to mention is we require capacity, right? So the consumer is wanting so many things, but we require drivers, we require space, we require, so these are for example, in this peak season in UAE, we are out of capacity in terms of drivers.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I was in a session today morning with both Kareem and Noon.
Yeah.
The guys are, in the next few years, they need 50 to 70,000 drivers.
Exactly.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, and that's not related to Kita, who just came in, the Chinese ones, and then, of course, the rest of the guys. So it is a constraint, and that's where you might want to do sort of drone or pod deliveries or other sort of
So autonomous deliveries, drones, these technologies are still, quite distant. But today, when the consumer wants, and I have demand, so I have drivers working 14 to 16 hours.
Yeah, wow. Yeah.
So how do you do that? I mean, it's not a sustainable model, but that's what's happening, and so something is going to break. I'm sorry.
I mean, that's a lot, isn't it?
I mean, that's a reality.
Class in the room, yeah.
But then,
but these are the challenges, and we really need to find solutions. And Mohsen is the right guy for that.
There he is, exactly.
I got him on the panel, so I'm just raising it.
It's good to have a client like him.
Yeah, no, but I mean, that's a lot, and hopefully we're going to have to try and push this technology forward at the end of the day if the whole place is saturated. And I suppose. Yeah, really, really interesting to see the constraints and challenges that you go through. But very quickly, going back to Vikrant, now trade finance and working capital models were very much built for predictable transit times. What happens when suddenly, these trips take 7 to 10 days and, capacity drops? How is this making banks rethinking sort of risk and pricing at the same time?
Right, so thanks. Before I come to that, I just wanted to add that payments is also another point that's very important, right? You can't have supply chain discussions without strong payment rails. Yeah. And that's something that, we as a bank and Africa as a continent has done significant work in. And I'd encourage everybody to look at the Pan-Africa Payment System Network that's been created, that's brought transaction times down to a day from like 7 to 10 days, the cost down to a tenth of what it used to be. To address your question very quickly, and I know we're short on time, is yes, the payment cycles have increased, the working capital requirements have increased, but that's exactly where an embedded bank like us comes into play, where we work with our clients to understand what those nuances are, what is causing those delays, and we try and account for that. But at the same time, let me also bring in another positive dimension. The supply chain disruptions that you've seen have also resulted in supply being rerouted to some places in Africa where we've actually seen, and I can give you examples of Mozambique, Ivory Coast, Kenya, where the volumes of flow through those ports has gone up between 15, 30 to even 100%, right? So we also bank them. So for us as an embedded bank, our objective is to see the transaction from end to end, to understand it, to understand the realities of the world. Yes, there are delays at times, and we have to account for that. And as long as the transaction is visible, bankable, and understandable to us, we're happy to accommodate that.
Well, sadly, yes, we have run out of time. I'd just like to very quickly take a look at the poll results just behind us. Maybe we could get those up. Here we go. When you order something internationally, what matters most? It's speed of delivery. There you go. People want things now. We are living in a society where everything is immediate and people want it now. And that is the disruption in the market, isn't it? So, yes, well, best of luck, gentlemen.
Instant gratification wins.
The speed of delivery is contradicting the rest of them.
Yeah.
Because with speed comes the cost and it's not eco-friendly.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
With speed, it's very difficult to make money in logistics. Let me tell you.
We've got to change our mindset. Awareness you mentioned as well. Maybe we just need to make sure we get everyone.
You will have a lady after this. She's expert on the e-commerce.
She is.
And you will enjoy that.
Thank
my
you,
dear
sir.
friend.
We're very much looking forward to hearing from her. But yes, sadly, we have run out of time. What a brilliant conversation. We cannot thank you enough for being with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Brilliant panel. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, yes, I think someone left a mobile phone earlier. There we go. Right, in a world reshaped by AI, talent is very much becoming the ultimate competitive advantage. And according to recent global research, 40% of hours worked might be automated by 2030, while 75% of companies say they face critical skills shortages and hybrid work adoption continues to rise. So to explore how organizations adapt and thrive within this shift, we are so delighted to have our next guest with us. Please welcome Mona Attaya, the co-founder of Bait.com and the founder of Mum's World. Hello. Good to see you. Yes, let's take a seat here. Yes, we'll sit in the middle. There we go. Brilliant. Well, yes, thank you so much for joining us. And so nice to see you again. We've met a few times before. Right, let's start off with a general landscape overview. As I mentioned, we're talking about the future of human capital here. And not much time, but I think they're going to redo the clock there. So let us talk a little bit about that overview in terms of how AI has very much impacted literally the majority of industries today. And you have vast experience, of course, across retail, across human capital. What are you seeing within both of those segments? And maybe tell us a little bit more about your experience within all of this as well.
So perhaps I'll start kind of broadly and state the obvious. You know, what is AI doing to the world and to industries today? It's on a broad level improving processes and removing friction. It's essentially allowing us to work faster, to serve smarter, and to scale globally in a much more efficient way. And if I can kind of encompass that in one sentence, it's allowing us to create value differently. So the way we create value today versus the way we created value even 5 years ago is very, very different. And if I look at the two different industries that I build businesses in, if I start with retail, we were managing hundreds of thousands of products, serving millions of customers. So on one side, what AI allowed us to do is to take that customer experience and personalize it to the power of one. What does that mother need? When does she need it? What's her milestone? How can we cater to her specifically? And without AI, we wouldn't have been able to kind of operate so efficiently and smart. On the other side, in retail, AI really doesn't, they talked about it earlier, it touches the entire value chain, whether it is inventory management, price management, logistics optimization. The entire touch points are optimized through AI, essentially allowing us to do what the human cannot do at scale. So the human can do it at a certain point, but once you scale, it becomes very different. So retail aside, my current kind of passion project is with Bait.com. Bait.com is the first business that I founded in the region, and now we're taking it to a different level. So Bait.com has completely transformed. It's the largest jobs board in the MENA region, and we have shifted now through AI from being a manual, reactive, admin-heavy industry across the board to now being a much more predictive, data-driven engine that allows you to hire faster, hire smarter, and connect employers and job seekers better, which essentially allows the employer, the one who's looking for the candidates, to do what they're best at and what they should be doing, and that is relationship management, workforce strategic management, and looking at the organization as a DNA instead of being bombarded with the admin. I'll close maybe by saying that across all industries, we've removed efficiencies, we've taken data, we've made it smart, we've taken operations, we've made it efficient, and we've taken scale and we've personalized it. And that's essentially what AI has done for us.
I mean, it's disrupted the whole sector, isn't it? So would you say that AI is the recruiter of the future, or do you think it's, the biggest threat to human recruiters today and recruitment firms at the end of the day?
So I don't think AI is the threat to recruiters. On the contrary, I think what AI has done is it's elevated the value of the recruiter, because now what AI is doing is it's essentially doing away with all of the redundant, repetitive tasks that recruiters shouldn't be hired to do, essentially. What recruiters are now elevated to do is to really focus on human insight, human connections, the behavior, the DNA of that candidate. And just by example, traditionally, we would have keyword searches to look for CVs. And recruiters would spend days, sometimes weeks, sifting through these CVs, looking at many times CVs that looked identical. Now, what AI is allowing us to do is to sift through these CVs, look at candidate intent, look at candidate behavior, look at candidate skills that are more likely to fit within that role. And instead of the recruiter looking at 500 CVs, they're looking at 5 to 7 CVs. And now the role of the recruiter is elevated to say, does that person fit within the DNA of the organization? Would we want to work with this candidate, etc.? So you're moving the recruiter from being an administrator to being a strategic gatekeeper.
And I suppose it's the ultimate filter at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yes.
But also, on the other side, we've got bias as well into the system. And AI, I suppose, at this level doesn't always get it right. It's all about data in, data out. So how do we make sure that we get, the right quality data to make sure that we have no bias and the right outcome at the end of the day?
So the reality is AI can reduce bias or increase bias. It really depends on how you build it and how you govern it. And so at Bait, this is very important to us, how we create the right screening mechanisms, the right objective mechanisms, the right assessment tools to ensure that the data we're looking at is based on objective skills, it's based on proven assessments as opposed to subjective impressions. Because again, I'd say fair AI is not accidental. Fair AI is intentional. And so depending on who's building these algorithms, you're either going to be fair or not fair.
No, that's completely true. I wanted to talk a little bit more about sort of women empowerment. You've been a very strong advocate in terms of empowering women and diverse talent as well. So how do you think AI and digital transformation can very much sort of help or maybe even hinder this segment in terms of the workplace? What are your thoughts on that?
So look, AI can certainly enhance inclusion, not only amongst women, but amongst demographics and minorities that have traditionally been marginalized. So if you go into AI and kind of do a data dump, if you like, essentially you're going to take all of the historic biases and regroup them or relive them. So it's incredibly important to use data smart and to have the leadership that's actually governing that data to remove these biases. And again, so for us, for example, screening is anonymous. Now we have a wider pool of jobs available to a greater number of candidates, which traditionally would not have been the case. You have now, because the screening is more objective, we're actually now pulling out CVs that traditionally would have been not seen because of natural biases on gender or demographics, etc. So the reality is, again, deliberate management of that data will allow you to reduce these biases and increase inclusion.
Because I suppose the thing with bias as well, let's say you've got two amazing candidates for a job. You've got one that's got an MBA but no experience whatsoever in the workplace, and then you've got someone with like lived experience. I mean, how do you sort of navigate that type of bias? Or do you basically, I suppose, pull both of them up together and then the recruiter sort of like decides, or the person that's interviewing? Do they get to that sort of level?
Sure. So more and more employers, and I'm sure there are a lot of employers in this room, more and more employers are not putting MBAs as kind of the prerequisite to hiring. Skill sets and the type of skills that you have now takes precedent. And because skills are ever changing, because skills are ever changing and evolving, candidates of today need to constantly be upgrading and upskilling. So MBAs become perhaps less relevant today than they were a few years ago. Another thing that I will say that from my personal experience with Mum's World in particular, so at one point, our entire C-suite at Mum's World were women, our entire C-suite. And it's interesting because I inadvertently was looking for a candidate that fulfilled a certain hard skill and soft skill, and they always were women. And because naturally I didn't have the bias against women, obviously, they were the best fit for the job. And so what AI allows you to do, again, is to anonymize these naturally subjective conditions.
And it's that subconscious bias as well, that no one realizes we all have it. This is the thing. So yeah, really, really interesting. So looking ahead, how do you envision the future of work globally? How do you see that evolving over the next sort of 5 years or so?
Sure. So the future of work will become even more flexible than it is today. It will be skill-based. And skills, as I mentioned earlier, will be ever evolving. So the skills of today will probably be obsolete tomorrow. So depending on how you are evolving your skills regularly and effectively, that's important. And it will be more and more AI enabled. So AI is going to take away a lot of the monotonous, redundant jobs that perhaps don't require empathy, creativity, collaboration, and strategic thinking. And so the values, the human value that is more and more going to be sought after is, are you a collaborator? Do you have empathy? Do you have creativity? Do you think out of the box? Are you a lifelong learner? All of these are values that organizations will be looking out for.
Yeah. So interesting. And everyone says, oh yeah, AI is going to take your job. No, it's the people that can master AI that are basically going to take your job. As the saying sort of goes. If you could give one piece of advice to professionals today that are entering into this AI-driven world of work, what would that be?
So again, I'm just building on what I said earlier. Be a learner. Be curious. Keep on upskilling yourself, look at what's out there, recognize that skills are going to be obsolete faster than they've ever been, and continuously learn. Again, today learning is not limited to an undergrad or an MBA or any kind of formal education. Today you can come online and for $50, teach yourself PHP, for example, or free, you can teach yourself PHP. So be a lifelong learner, test your ideas, and learn to work with people better. And that's a skill, particularly today with the young, with the youth, with social media, as they isolate themselves more and more, that becomes a risk of them kind of pulling out as opposed to getting in to this skill and importance of collaboration.
Yeah, it's dangerous, isn't it? I know social media is sort of like it's bittersweet, social media, because you can learn a lot from it as well, and then you can, sort of retract at the same time. But I mean, my sort of final question, I suppose, is: do you think, with all your experience, you've probably learned so much over the years, especially in this space as well? What are the sort of biggest lessons that you've learned within this space, especially when it comes to talent? Is there anything you might be able to share with us?
So what's interesting is the fundamentals of the past are not very different than the fundamentals of today. Most of the A players I've ever hired didn't have on paper the perfect skills. Most of the A players I hired came to me with a character profile that included lifelong learners, creative, were proactive, wanted to contribute and wanted to change the world. And they were not fearful, they were brave. As opposed to, I hired MBAs from the best schools who came with sharp minds and great pedigrees, yet they didn't have the caliber of the hungry, creative, lifelong learner. So I would say, be that former person, because you're the one who's going to actually make waves. It's not just a degree.
Yeah, it's so interesting, isn't it? And to have that passion for something. And I suppose for you, you've got to have that sort of relationship and right chemistry with the people you're working with at the same time, which is, really interesting. We cannot thank you enough for your time. It's been so nice to see you again.
My pleasure.
Thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Great to see you. Thank you.
Yes, another excellent conversation here at the India Global Forum. Right, we're going to take another poll, and we are moving into investing into the future in longevity. This is our next frontier, which is health span. And to get us kick-started, let's take a look at the poll we have. I'm hoping might come up in just a few moments. Let's take a look. And yes, we are talking health span, where longevity is no longer science fiction. Would you take a pill, though, that guarantees 20 extra healthy years at the cost of your data privacy? That is a good one. I think I probably would. Anyway, let's see what the final results are at the end of this. But in the meantime, let's take a look at health span, where longevity is no longer science fiction. To tell us a little bit more, I'm going to be bringing up Sophia Patai, longevity physician and CEO and founder of VitalSpan. A very warm welcome to Sophia. Welcome. And I'm going to hand over to Sophia. You can bring your guests up. Thank you.
We're at a fascinating intersection where technology is meeting science and enabling us all to live a longer life. But what does that really mean? I'm thrilled to convene this panel with my panelists here. Please do come to the floor. Vivek Oberoi. I think he needs no introduction to many of us, entrepreneur and investor. Imad Gandour, founder and managing director of Cedar Bridge Capital Partners. And Tonya McSherry, VP of Europe, Middle East, Africa, and India for Oxford Nanopore Technologies. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, all of you, for being here too. Now, longevity and health span. These are two words that are bandied about in social media and everyday parlance right now. To set the ball rolling, I'm going to ask each of you a very simple question. What does longevity mean to you? So, okay, Tonya, take it away.
I was hoping I could
We're being
think about
gentlemen.
that for a little bit.
We're being gentlemen.
I think the question of longevity is one thing, but the healthy longevity is a key component to that. And is there a probability of being healthy for longer? I think that's a debatable question and something people strive to. I personally don't necessarily know how long I prefer to live, but I do want to live a healthy life. And so how do we take steps to do that is certainly of interest.
I got
still navigating, I think, what that means as a mom, a career woman, and traveling the world. That is complex and needing to navigate that.
It's certainly complex. Imad, why don't you follow up?
Well, I have a personal definition. It's living till 200 healthy. That's so double. I mean, practically doubling our lifespan in a healthy way. So that's my
Your personal
goal.
metric, your personal KPI.
Yeah.
Okay, Vivek, what's your perspective? What is longevity?
I think it's what most of us are evaluating right now, post-COVID especially, lifespan versus health span, right? We're actually taking a real look at it. You're a big proponent. You've been speaking so much and so well, educating people. Sophia, you've been doing a great job with that.
Thank you.
But I think it's something that each of us must ask ourselves. And I think that is the true definition of longevity. If you are living, but you're on a ventilator, God forbid, in a hospital, is that life? So is it number of years or is it the quality of life? I think that's the most important feature of longevity. I want to be fit. I remember there was a time when I was growing up, and being an actor, I think you could take this coming from me. I used to think that somebody who's turning 50 is an uncle, right? And today I am that uncle. But a lot of people, when I meet them, and I'm surprised, Sophia, that they say, "Oh, you're 49. You don't look 49." And while it's a compliment, it also tells you what the expectation is, what standard it is. And taking care of yourself should be not just something for the rich and famous or wealthy. It should be for everybody, down to the last mile. I think that's the big challenge in longevity.
You raised, yeah, rightly said. You raised a great point about, the kind of almost luxury aspect of longevity. So let's just spend a few minutes discussing that. As you rightly mentioned, right now, many people see longevity as something that is, a luxury asset or an investable asset. So with your investor lens on and your entrepreneurial lens on, how do you see that playing out in the GCC? And do you think this is a sector that you would invest in, for example?
Yeah, absolutely. Without a doubt, I would invest in it. But I think it's interesting because I believe there are a lot of lifestyle-oriented approaches, products, belief systems percolate from the top 1% at the top of the pyramid of influence, not necessarily wealth, but influence. You'll see that all these guys who are now tech billionaires, they're suddenly practicing some fantastic, longevity lifestyle exercises and endorsing or putting their money and their weight or their influence behind all of this. But while they were on that journey, they never did. So it's not something that they always did. They evolved into that. I think coming from India, though, we have the ability to kind of find a mid-path while there is still a luxury element at top. And our business at B&W is all about luxury. And our idea would be to create luxury spaces where you can go to the physical, along with the digital, along with the genomics, along with the preemptive, analytical, adaptive, but also blending in science with ancient wisdom.
Absolutely.
Coming from a land of Ayurveda, coming in from what herbs can do. I mean, today we're sold in dollar signs curcumin, but our grandmothers used to put haldi in everything. and we've all grown up eating that, and now we know the benefits of why. I think that bridge will bring the divide between the top 1% and the bottom 99. It'll narrow that divide. It'll bring them closer. I think that's the bridge to focus on. What can start, like the drips here in the UAE, that used to be so expensive and you had to go to a place in Austria or some part of the world to get those drips, the IV drips. You're getting them on a phone call delivered to your home today. While you're in Dubai, you could sit at home, you could sit in your office and have an NAD drip coming in. So that kind of popularization of technology, I think down the chain, will explode soon.
Thank you, Vivek. I think you've summed up the luxury of longevity very compellingly for us. Imad, I want to take a step forward now from the macro perspective. Someone once referred to me that you are the goat of private equity in the Middle East. So tell us, what do you think are the fundamentals? What do you look at when you look at longevity in the region and with that global lens?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at longevity or where you invest in longevity, we haven't really cracked it yet. I mean, there are a lot of attempts, a lot of startups. The Middle East has a dearth of these startups, but even when you go to Europe, where we do invest as well, there aren't really a lot of these startups. And they are still at the early stages in terms of really impacting the goal or the definition like we have mentioned. So we're looking for that startup that will really convince us that it will impact the lifespan of humans at a large scale. There is a lot of attempts in my own view, and we probably have to bet early and test the market, but nothing like 100% convincing. The Middle East itself, the GCC in particular, there is, I would say, fewer startups and ideas around here.
What I sense from the conversation, though, is we're still really thinking about that kind of top 1%, right? Who is really thinking about their right to live longer. But what about all of us? What about health span as a social and national imperative? Tonya, I want to draw you in on this because Oxford Nanopore's technologies you have new generation sensing technology, and that can really open up long lead sequencing in new ways. So when we talk about impact from a societal perspective, I truly believe health span is for all. What do you see as the most impactful applications for improving health span right now and over a 10-year course?
Yeah. I think technology is interesting in that we think about it from a digitalization, but an access and something we've talked about, is it a luxury or not? Well, health span, healthcare in general shouldn't be a luxury. It should be something that we all have access to. And by doing that, you need technology that's going to allow for that. And so Oxford Nanopore thinks about it in how can we digitize data to be available and impactful for everybody, and also make sure that the tools in which we provide from a technology standpoint are of a footprint that can be conceived of as close to either the consumer or the patient. So is there the potential that today we are in a centralized model, but moving into the future, we are in a GP's office, we are in the home of every individual? One thing around longevity and lifespan, it's complex, right? It's the underlying genetics is a key factor of how well someone's longevity is. And I think we're just scratching the surface of those genetic markers to understand risk for disease and potential longevity. That also implies that we understand every population, and that is so far from where we are today. We characterize quite well the European populations. There's a lot of work to do in the global south and other regions where we have more diversity, and we don't yet understand that. So having a technology that brings all of those factors, the form factor, the accessibility, the richness of data into one solution where we can replace that and have it accessible to everyone is certainly something that I think will be the future. We also need to think about who has access to this and at what point. There is the concept of a lifetime genome. Is that at birth, where you can take advantage of all of these genetic markers? Of course, there's ethical questions of whether that's true. And so at what point in time do you want to think about genetics and how that plays into your longevity journey? Because if you don't understand your underlying risk, anything that I do from environmental, from a food standpoint, is potentially limiting to that optimization.
Yeah, thank you, Tonya. I think you've exemplified that intersection exactly of technology and science, and you've made a really important point about reference data sets. And I see many people of Indian origin, of course, here in the audience, and one thing that fascinates me, we talk about bone density, right? As we get older, it's really important to measure our bone density. And you may look at what you get, the Americans call the Z-score or the Z-score. I call it the Z-score, being a Brit. But the Z-score is actually referenced to a white European population. So imagine for all of us, Indian ladies and men sitting in the audience, what does that score really mean? And so what I'm passionate about as well is thinking about how do we create normal data for this part of the world and for South Asia. So when we think about our bone density or other important metrics, it truly reflects who we are. Now, in the last few minutes of this panel, no longevity panel is complete without the panelists revealing their own biohacks, okay? So I'm going to start. For me, some of you know this from last night where I was expounding this on the bus home. It's sleep. Sleep is my superpower, and I prioritize everything over that. So, but just very quickly, if we can maybe start with Imad, and then Vivek and Tonya, you can have.
Well, I was telling you, I go with Wim Hof. I don't know if you hear of Wim.
Yeah, so great method.
So I go every year. So this year we're going to North Lapland to do hiking. Shorts, boots, and minus 20 degrees. So that's the limits.
Okay. Regulated by the breathing, right?
Yeah. I mean, you can sustain, but really you see the power of the mind and the body working together at the limit, because you're at survival limit at that time.
Exception.
And it becomes like one. It's an amazing, personal experience. It's really a spiritual experience. It's not only physical.
Very nice.
I struggle to do it for 3 minutes in the gym.
What other biohacks are you interested in, Vivek?
For me, I don't know. I mean, I've been discovering a lot of interesting things rooted in Indian culture, which is yoga. I didn't realize, but there's a kind of pranayam that can actually create autophagy in the body. And I've been, at this stage and age in my life, been focused on autophagy. And aside from, the food, the diet, and there's so many interesting things. I met a lady from Morocco who said that, this is something that her grandmother used to do, where they used to have, olive oil only through the day for a few days in the week every month. And I just realized that is one of the best kickstarters for autophagy. We have it in Islam when you're looking at the Rozas, where you have it in the Navratras in Hinduism. So the Lent in Christianity, I assume. So it's there. It's ancient wisdom, which is now being backed by science. So I focus a lot on autophagy. I'm still trying to figure out being as brave as Imad in the Wim Hof, but I'm very curious.
Thank you. So autophagy, right? From autophagy to technology. Tonya, what do you practice?
I have to say I'm not as adventurous as you or dedicated as yourself. So unfortunately, I think the thing that I focus on is just being realistic with myself and clean living and clean eating. Given that I travel considerably, I try to not overindulge. But we did talk about on the bus the other night of what I feel is my optimization does include indulging sometimes when I feel like that's socially appropriate and what I should be doing. So yes, I do enjoy an occasional celebration and champagne, as we should, and that's my choice.
Joy and vitality.
Champagne tonight, Tonya.
Yeah.
Well, joy and vitality, health span, dear colleagues, thank you so much for sharing your insights.
Thank
and
you.
what I would say is it's well known when it comes to health span and leading a longer life that social connection is really an important factor and a feeling of joy and vitality. So I think we should thank all of us, but of course, IGF for bringing us together to have those social connections. So I wish you a evening and afternoon full of joy and vitality. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Sophia.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Done. And yes, let's take a look at our poll answers. We asked you a question just a moment ago. I think it was about a pill that guarantees you 20 extra healthy years. Let's take a look. What did our audience say? Oh no, that's not it. But maybe hopefully we can pull that poll answer up. Would you take a pill that guarantees 20 extra healthy years? Oh, look at that. Almost a tie. That's interesting. Would you give your data away? People do not want to give their data away in this group here today. Very interesting indeed. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to interrupt the program because we have a very special launch announcement between the India Global Forum and DP World to help India's most ambitious consumer and industrial brands expand into global markets. So to tell us a little bit more, I'm absolutely delighted to now welcome Manoj Ladwa, the founder and chairman of the India Global Forum, and Abdullah Al-Hashmi, who's with us here today. He's the Chief Operating Officer for Parks and Zones at DP World. Welcome. So, gentlemen, yes, we're interrupting the program for this very special announcement. So, Manoj, why don't we start off with you? Tell us what this is all about.
So, firstly, apologies for disturbing this, and firstly, a great welcome to my dear friend Abdullah Al-Hashmi, who's been a strong supporter of India Global Forum over the years, and we've become very good friends. And so I'm glad to have you on the IGF stage here and speaking to our audiences around the world as well. So the announcement that I'm really pleased and proud to make focuses upon a thesis or an observation that India Global Forum has had over the last few years. We have been speaking to and working with hundreds of Indian companies who are seeking and looking to go global. And we believe that over the next 10 years, you're going to see the most radical, the most exciting globalization of Indian brands that we've ever seen, especially in the FMCG sector, in fintech, which a lot of you are participating in, but across the board in engineering and high-end technologies as well. And as we've gone through this journey of speaking to these companies, we've realized that there are 3 or 4 essential components that these companies seek or require their support. They may be extremely successful in India, building their brands in India, but what they require then is a helping hand to help them to navigate outside of India, because when you're trying to expand into multiple different countries, you require an ease of doing business, ease of finance, ease of transportation, and a whole host of logistical and regulatory matters. Coupled with that, we see a huge requirement and opportunity as well in supporting these companies through additional financing as well. And therefore, I'm pleased and delighted to announce that IGF today is launching a first of its kind $250 million fund that will support Indian companies go global. And you're probably wondering why I have my friend Abdullah here. Because over the years, we've come to work, learn, and trust and understand the DP World network. And so we're going to be evolving a program with DP World and with their support to make Dubai a major launch pad for these Indian brands and companies as they go global. So the capital through the fund, and I'm delighted that the Ved family office, Nilesh Ved, Ananta Capital are going to be anchor investors in this fund. So we've already started that journey. And then working with partners like DP World to make the logistics and ease of doing business for Indian companies as they go global. So that's why Abdullah is here, because he's been a great supporter of IGF and of this concept as well. So thank you ever so much, and this is the big announcement that we wanted to make here at IGF. Thank you.
Let's hear it. Let's give them another round of applause. How incredible. Really, really fantastic. Congratulations to both of you. Abdullah, over to you. Tell us a little bit more about your involvement in the project and why are you excited about it as well?
First of all, thank you very much, Manoj, for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here with you today. The idea resonates very well with DP World and what we do in the Emirate of Dubai. We enable trade, we enable manufacturing, we enable investment through the facilities that we have created, through the gateways of our port. And we believe there is a significant opportunity for Indian manufacturers and entrepreneurs to leverage the second-to-none ecosystem that has been created in the Emirate of Dubai. In my mind, there is no better place where you can launch your product to the world. Yes, from a carpet area, if you look at Google Earth, it might be 4,170 square kilometers of land, but it definitely punches above its weight. The Emirate of Dubai on its own generate a trade value worth of 3 trillion, and the city itself can connect you to 65% of the global GDP. So from a connectivity perspective, you can reach a massive economy from the Emirate of Dubai. And, most of the ingredients that a manufacturer in India would want to create a global product do exist in Dubai. From the consumers, who are extremely ruthless, we have more than 200 nationalities, so if you can please them, you definitely create a product that can stand in 200 countries. But in addition to that, your partners, your vendors, your suppliers who can really help you in grooming your product do exist in a very small geographical footprint. So we're very excited of this program. DPW is an enabler, and we will continue to enable growth in the Emirate of Dubai. We're very keen to enable more Indian manufacturers and retailers, consumers to reach new terrains from Dubai. And I wish you the very best of luck.
Thank you ever so much, Abdullah, and looking forward to taking this initiative forward. I'd just like to acknowledge the presence of Lokesh Kapoor, who's the co-founder of Ananta Capital. And as I mentioned in my opening remarks, Ananta Capital are one of our anchor funders of this project and fund. So thank you. It's great to have you on board as well, Lokesh, and the tremendous experience that you and the Capital team bring to this project as well. So thank you.
Well, I mean, I cannot think of a better collaboration. Of course, Dubai is very much the gateway to the world, as we've mentioned before, and you could not get better support from DP World. I mean, absolutely incredible. Manoj, very quickly, I just wanted to sort of get your take in terms of the challenges that you've seen, and obviously you set this up for a reason. What are the challenges that you've seen to date, and why is this so relevant today?
See, firstly is that India as a market itself is a huge market, and it's a booming market. And what I have seen is that Indian brands are obviously concentrated in India, but the quality that's coming out, and I think people in this room will vouch for this, of the apparels, of the food, of a whole series of consumer goods are absolutely world class from day one. And some of you that are sort of my age and similar ages will remember that there used to be this export quality, that for the domestic market in India, you'd have a lower quality, and then a small batch would come to, fancy places like Dubai and other places around the world. today we're seeing high-class, well-quality products, and I'm passionate that these products meet, get the exposure for global markets. But sometimes it may be just mentorship that's required of the founders of these companies. Other times it's capital, other times it's the logistical support or the network that they require. And DP World has a huge global network, so why not leverage that? Also the fact that India and the UAE have a SEPA, so a great bridge that allows a smooth exchange of goods and between the two countries. But then Dubai itself has over 40 SEPAs around the world. So with this new era of tariffs and turbulence in the world, Dubai for me seems like what better place than Dubai to launch global products in a way that's easy and most cost effective as well. So that's the thinking behind this, and we're really going to be there to push this and to make it a huge success. And I think that's one of the key drivers for what India Global Forum does. Thank you.
It really is. Abdullah, would you like to sort of make any more remarks in terms of those challenges and how this is a great solution for these companies?
I think my dear friend Manoj have summed it
up perfectly, yeah.
And there are. I have to say it's not really relevant to the question, but I have to say that the potential of India has barely touched the surface, and there is so much that Indian manufacturers and entrepreneurs can achieve outside the gates of India. Amazing products. Every time I visit India, I am truly impressed. And I always say I really want to take those products elsewhere across the globe, but there is so much demand in India that the outside world has been deprived from quality product that Indian manufacturers produce. And I really would like to take this platform, this forum, as an opportunity to tell you, please go outside of India, continue to grow in India, don't get me wrong, go outside of India, take your goodies to the rest of the world, and Dubai is an appropriate platform for you to do that.
Manoj, Abdullah, a huge congratulations. Please do stay on the stage, as we'd very much like to mark the occasion with a quick photograph, please. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's put our hands together one more time. Congratulations to both teams, and wonderful to see the announcement here live on the stage as well.
The world is shifting, economies are rewiring, and one platform is connecting the people. The world is shifting, economies are rewiring, and one platform is connecting the people waiting to be a part of the India growth story. India Global Forum is where the world meets global India. An exclusive platform connecting leaders, investors, policymakers, and change makers across continents, bringing together ideas, investment, and influence. Our stages spark change. Our premium and unmatched curated experiences unlock new possibilities. We connect the dots between tech and policy, innovation and investment, business and diplomacy. For our partners, IGF is more than a platform. It's a launchpad. It is access, visibility, gravitas. From India to UK, UAE to USA, we bring you to the heart of the conversations that power the next era of progress. We believe India's growth is the world's opportunity, and we are the gateway to seize it. This is where global ambition meets Indian momentum, where governments, investors, founders, and thinkers move from talk to trust to action. This is where ideas go global. In an era defined by uncertainty, the world is searching for direction. India rises, not just as a market, but as a mindset, open, ambitious, confident. India is no longer a story of potential, it's a story of proof. From the trading floors to the boardrooms of the world, capital is finding its new home. This is where that story comes together. This is IGF Mumbai 2026, Catalyzing Capital.
At IGF Networks, leaders, visionaries and changemakers come together to share ideas, build connections.
Thank you so much for staying with us. We will be moving on to our next session very soon. On to a session designed to energize and challenge, looking at bold leadership, moonshot thinking, and the art of making high-stakes decisions in an ever-changing world. By the way, I really do hope you can stay with us right until the end, because we are so delighted to have with us here today India's new ambassador to the UAE. He is going to be joining us right after our next session. So please do stay with us, and we will be back in a couple of minutes' time with our next session on leadership, and then we will be hearing from India's new ambassador to the UAE. Thank you so much.
At IGF Networks, leaders, visionaries at IGF Networks, leaders, visionaries and changemakers come together to share ideas, build connections and create meaningful impact.
I've known the forum for a long time, and the energy and the learning it brings is something supremely exciting.
I've managed to connect with really interesting, kind and ambitious people across ages and sectors through the India Global Forum.
Membership to the IGF Networks is built on 5 pillars that define global leadership. Prosperity with purpose. 1 global community. Innovation that delivers. Leadership for life. Trust that lasts.
A family who get to know each other over the years, understand the business that everyone's engaged with.
I think that's really what IGF does, right? Really makes you kind of open your mind into the endless possibilities.
Join the IGF Networks, where leadership meets global impact.
I believe we need to focus on 3 key areas: empowerment, mentorship, and support.
Merck Corporation, a visionary force in global investments, headquartered at Central Park Towers DIFC Dubai. Leaders in corporate growth and
So, ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to our next session. And we are looking at our next session, which is designed to energize and challenge. We're going to take a look at bold leadership, moonshot thinking, as I mentioned, and the art of making high-stakes decisions in a changing world. And we're going to begin with some opening remarks, followed by a deep dive into leadership instincts, risks and rewards. And we are absolutely delighted to have her with us. Please welcome Priya Agarwal Heba, who is Non-Executive Director at Vedanta Limited and Chairperson at Hindustan Zinc Vedanta Limited. A very warm welcome. Please do come on up. Let's give her a nice warm welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Should we wait for a few minutes? Because I think people coming in and out, or should we?
Yeah, people are coming in as we speak. So yes, feel free to get started.
Okay. Yeah, because it's just noise.
The world is shifting, economies are rewiring, and one platform is connecting the people waiting to be a part of the India growth story. India Global Forum is where the world meets global India. An exclusive platform connecting leaders, investors, policymakers, and change makers across continents, bringing together ideas, investment, and influence. Our stages spark change. Our premium and unmatched curated experiences unlock new possibilities. We connect the dots between tech and policy, innovation and investment, business and diplomacy. For our partners, IGF is more than a platform. It's a launchpad. It is access, visibility, gravitas. From India to UK, UAE to USA, we bring you to the heart of the conversations that power the next era of progress. We believe India's growth is the world's opportunity, and we are the gateway to seize it. This is where global ambition meets Indian momentum.
Apologies for that slight delay there. Let me introduce and do the introductions one more time. We're going to begin with some opening remarks, as I mentioned, as we step into our next session, Play Bold or Play Safe. And we're delighted to have Priya Agarwal Heba, Non-Executive Director at Vedanta Limited and Chairperson at Hindustan Zinc. A very warm welcome to Priya, who is going to set the scene, and then we are going to move into our conversation. We're good. Let's get started, and then we can move on to our discussion later.
Great. So good evening, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. Thank you very much for having me. It's been a very, very enriching day of conversation and wonderful, wonderful team, and really, really great opportunity to be here and speak to all of you, very, very dignified guests. So when I was given this very interesting topic for today's conversation, the next gen innings, play bold or play safe, it really gave me time to introspect, to think about my life, what I'm doing currently, because I'm a second generation from a business family. Our company is called Vedanta Resources. We're a critical mineral transition metal technology and energy company. And this was started by my father almost 3 decades ago. And playing bold and playing safe really gave me time to introspect how he was as a leader and how maybe I should be going forward. And going back 3 decades ago, I've watched my father every single day, he's taken me to his site visits, to the plants, to the mines, and he really knew, like when you go to any site with him, he knows every single brick of every single plant. He has built this empire, which takes maybe people generations to build. He's done it in maybe 15 years. And when you go back and think about how he did it or what he did to make that happen, he got, there was no playing safe during his time. Everything he did was bold decisions, high stakes, high risk. And really, the difference between him and me, I think one of the big differences, he's a small town boy. He came from a small town in an Indian state called Bihar, Patna. And he just had a big dream. He wanted to do something big. He wanted to make a big difference, not only for himself, but for the country. And he had nothing to lose. He came from a space where there was nothing to lose. He had no real family, no education, no money. So he was ready to risk it all to do something big. Today, where I stand, I have everything to lose because he's built an empire where there's 100,000 people, built it brick by brick. He's done it himself, so it's something he's created, something that an empire that employs over 100,000 people every day, impacts over 200 to 300 districts in India, in Africa, and many other countries. So putting me in that position as a next generation, I don't think I'm in a position where I can say I can give up everything and lose everything. I have to play a little bit more carefully. So what's really the answer? I was thinking about this for the past few days, and I was thinking that, look, for growth, for progress, we have to have bold dreams, we have to have bold ambition. There's no way there's going to be progress unless you dream big, unless you dream about something that is unthinkable. And to dream big, we need to be bold. So when it comes to direction, bold is the way to go. We have to set bold direction. But when it comes to execution, that's when you can play a little bit safer than what the previous generation did. And how do you do that? I mean, how do you do, well, and a third thing, basically in today's time, you have to be bold in your direction, safer in your execution, but you can't forget speed. Today, in the world that we're in, speed, efficiency is absolutely the primary thing to think about every single day. Times are changing, things are changing, technology is changing. You have to be part of that race. You can't freeze legacy in time because the world is pushing past it every single day. I mean, if you give an example of our modern day technology, it took 70 years for the telephone to reach 50 million users. It took only maybe 7 years for televisions to use 50 million users, maybe 4 years for internet users, and ChatGPT, I think about 5 days to reach 50 million users. Time is flying, and we need to catch up and be with it. So, bold mission, very, very important. Bold direction, safer execution, and speed being in the center of all of this. How do you do this? So the way my father operated, I like to call it one genius and 1,000 helpers. That was that time, where you had one man with a dream, with an ambition, and people who believed in him, not so much the direction that he was believing in, because a lot of what he was dreaming was probably unthinkable at that time. So you had one man, a big dream, big vision, and thousands of helpers supporting him achieve that dream. Where I stand, one genius and 1,000 helpers is not going to help. It's not going to progress. We need to move towards institutionalization. So how do you transform from a one genius, 1,000 helper model to an institution? That's really core, and that's really key to a positive transformation towards growth. And I'd like to give a few examples about how Vedanta is doing it today and the decisions we're taking to make this possible. There are 5 big decisions that we've taken for this transformation to become possible. One, if some of you have heard of Vedanta, you would know that we're going through a large demerging process. We're demerging into 5 entities, possibly 10 in the future, possibly 15 after that. What will demerger do? Instead of having one large entity on top, you're breaking your company down into 5 different entities with their own leadership. You hire the best talent, you hire co-entrepreneurs who have big thinking, big vision for them to drive the company, and the buck stops at them. You need to completely diversify your thinking. You don't need one genius anymore. You need 100 geniuses. So each company should have their own leadership model, leadership structure, and they have to drive it. The buck stops at them. How do you do that? Is the demerger, which is really one of the big ways that we're looking at institutionalizing the company. The only thing that happens on the top is making sure we hire the right people, making sure we're buying and selling the right entities, and making sure that we have a very, very strong rule book for governance that everyone follows. So that's really one of the key ways to move towards institutionalization. Number two, how do you future-proof your product portfolio? And this requires a lot of thinking, especially coming from a natural resources company. Some of it is real, some of it is rebranding. For example, mining, not loved so much. Critical minerals, loved. Transition metals, loved. It's still mining, but you just sort of position it differently. You talk about the future, you talk about how copper is for your EVs, you talk about how silver is for your solar panels, and the World Bank says you need $1.7 trillion of investment in mining for the energy transition to happen successfully. So really, how do you future-proof your portfolio to think more along the lines of critical minerals, transition metals, and sort of metals for the future that are relevant? So that's really part two of what we're doing, future-proofing our portfolio. Number three is a $5 billion investment into sustainability. Extremely important to make sure that we future-proof the organization. Vedanta is going to be net 050 before 2050, but 3 companies, which are the largest entities, including Hindustan Zinc, will be there before 2030. So sustainability, extremely important, making sure we're going towards time, going towards what the world requires, and how we can future-proof the organization further. What's amazing as well is that being a company, being Hindustan Zinc, which is the largest zinc mine in the world, has been rated by the S&P 3 years in a row as the #1 most sustainable mining company, which is great. It's also the first Indian company to be part of the ICMM. So very, very exciting, and that really is the future. Number 4, innovation. How do you put real-time innovation in an organization, in a company like Vedanta, which is a heavily natural resources and mining company? So something my husband started, he's in the audience. It's called Vedanta Spark. This Spark is basically an organization or a vertical that we started in Vedanta, which will bring real-time 50 to 500 startups, deep tech startups, to use our assets, deliver our volume, a better volume, deliver cost efficiency, and help us in ESG. So this has shown tremendous success in just the first 50 startups. We have seen cost efficiency, we've seen volume growth, we have seen some fantastic transformational safety operations happening because of these startups. And from 50, we're looking at moving to 1,000, maybe a couple of thousand over the next few years. So, there's no point us continuously innovating our own technology. It's great to support startups, bring them into the assets, and make them drive your future. Number 5 really is to set a future where equal opportunities are present for all. In 2019, it was illegal for women to go underground and mine in India. We fought and we made sure, and Hindustan Zinc was the first company in India to get women underground. Now we have a mine fully operated by women. We have the first all-women rescue team of India. We are breaking every stereotype just so that we can ensure 50% of India's population has a chance, an equal chance on the table for any opportunity out there. So really, it's about future-proofing our organization. And to sum up the 4 or 5 things that I said, number 1, how do you ensure you move towards an institution? You move towards it by ensuring that you move from 1 genius to 100 geniuses. You have to create an institution, and you have to make sure that you dream big and you have people following that dream. So finally, coming to the end, this is not about breaking from the past. It's about evolving it boldly, but also responsibly. In the past, playing safe meant being steady, but there's no room for steady in today's world. And so really, this is what I wanted to talk about today. And I think I have some more questions to answer from you. Thank you.
Thank you to Priya. What an incredible overview. Yes, please do take a seat. Sadly, we have run out of time, which is a bit sad. So we only have time for a couple of questions as we're on quite a tight schedule. But really fascinating to see what you're doing, especially that sustainability side of things as well. That's a real amazing sort of vision going forward. So when you're faced with a big decision, let's do some rapid fire questions. What is your instinct, do you think? I mean, you've got a lot of responsibility, as you mentioned. So is it to go bold or is it to play it safe?
So instinctively, I am my father's daughter. I do like... Hello? Yeah. Instinctively, I do have my father's genes. I do like to make bold decisions, and I know that about myself. And that's why I surround myself, and my team are the safest individuals that you will ever meet. So I have to ensure that any decision I take is informed. I have my team aligned, and if they are ready, then I'm ready.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you've got nothing to lose, you're happy to sort of risk it all. But
exactly.
Then, yeah, you've been sort of burdened with this huge responsibility of amazing success. So it's like, how do you sort of play those cards going forward? It's really interesting. What would you say is the boldest call that you've ever made as a leader? What did it teach you?
I think the one that I said, I think to make sure that women can participate in the mining employment, to make sure they can go underground. They are not, there was a lot of, question marks about safety, about ability, but these women are amazing. They have increased production, they've made the mining operations safer, and they are driving, front leg. It's fabulous, and I think it's been a very, very positive change. Not only getting them underground, but they're to be able to work through the night as well. So all of these things were not allowed before in India, but now they should, if they want to, they should have the chance to do it as well.
As you said, if that's what they want to do, 100%,
exactly.
Why not make it an option for them? So if your younger self watched you sort of in the position you are right now, what would sort of surprise her the most? And what have you learned along the way?
I think one of the things that would surprise her is that I was always one of those children who was very afraid to ask silly questions in class. But I've realized that there is no growth without those questions. So there's no fear. I think asking more questions, not thinking, there is no question, or there's no space where you should find yourself less than. So asking more questions confidently. I was a very nervous, shy, young student. Coming from there, I think it's been a big change.
And finally, if you could put a bet on India's next decade, what would you place it on?
So we all know that India is the fastest growing economy. I mean, it took us 60 years to reach 1 trillion from our independence. It's only taken us maybe 4 years to reach from 3 to 4 trillion. So at the speed at which India's economy is growing, I don't think it's going to be the fastest growing economy. It's going to be the economy that makes the decisions for the world as well. With the cheapest innovation, with the largest aspirational youth, I don't think there's any looking back. I mean, from inventing the cheapest car to the cheapest satellite, India has done a lot of fascinating things. And I think we're here to, not just be the fastest, but also be the one that decides.
It really, really has. Yeah. Sadly, that is all we have time for, but thank you so much. A brilliant overview and wonderful to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Let's hear it for Priya. Thank you. Excellent. Wonderful to have you here. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are gearing up for the final conversation of the afternoon, and we have really saved the best till last, ladies and gentlemen. We are so privileged to have our next guest here with us. But just to set the scene for you a little bit before we start, bilateral trade has crossed $85 billion US, making the UAE India's third largest trading partner. While investment flows between the two nations have very much grown about 40% over the last 3 years. So now that we've set the scene a little bit, it's time now to round out the day with a conversation on the next chapter of the India-UAE partnership, one of the world's fastest growing economic relationships, as we know. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege and an honor to now invite our next guest to the stage. We're so delighted that he's here with us. First and foremost, let's invite Manoj Ladwa, the founder and chairman of India Global Forum, who is moderating our session. Please do come on. Let's give Manoj a nice warm welcome. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are so delighted to have here with us today His Excellency, Dr. Deepak Mittal, India's new ambassador to the UAE.
So firstly, thank you very much, Laura. You're going to be very tough heels to follow and fill. But thank you very much for that introduction, and welcome, Ambassador. Are you Ambassador or Ambassador Designate? What's the official?
Well, the official is that once I have presented the copy of my credentials, I can call myself as Ambassador.
Yes.
Though, of course, tomorrow I am having the opportunity to present my full credentials. So just on the eve of presentation of my full credentials. So
I'm still going to call you Ambassador because you are Ambassador, and you've had an eminent career as a diplomat and across the world, serving India, and most recently in the Prime Minister's office as well. So my first question is, what does the world look like for a senior Indian diplomat like yourself today, sitting here in Dubai?
Well, first of all, let me thank you, Manojji, first IGF, to have this opportunity to join you, as you just mentioned, being here just a few weeks in the country and having this first kind of an opportunity to be part of this wonderful forum. Congratulations, I understand it's the third such forum being organized and it has gathered pace and steam over the years. So first of all, thanks and congratulations for the same. Well, as for the worldview or the things happening around the world, I think we are seeing a world which is in a way mired by a lot of uncertainties. We may be geopolitical or economic, or a lot of also creating these uncertainties are the opportunities which are being generated around it. So I see this world as somewhere where India, which is really it's as a fastest growing economy today in the world, and with the UAE where we are today, being also in this region as one of the fastest growing countries in the region, and the partnership how it has developed over the years, is together we are in a position to kind of set a pace in this world which is affected or is clouded with a lot of uncertainties and opportunities, and to take those, set the pace to take advantage of those opportunities that are coming our way.
But we hear words like turbulence, disruption, chaos, crisis. They're always the headlines. Is there something that's really worrying you that's happening in the world today that sort of say, well, actually, this is where perhaps India really would have a role to play?
Well, what you describe as disruptions, chaos, and other things, I think this is inherent part of our living. I would say, as a living being as we are, I think over the centuries and ages, this is something which has manifested in different forms. But yes, in the 21st century as we are, so this is something of an I would say in this chaos and disruption, there is also opportunities to forge partnerships, opportunities to see that what we considered as given or for granted is not necessarily there, but then there are other players, other opportunities, new partnerships which will get cultivated, which will get nurtured. So I see in this whole episode there is an opportunity. That's for me, as a born optimist, this is how I like to look at it.
Absolutely. And let's home in on this country, the UAE. And, there was a period of, I think, decades that an Indian Prime Minister had not visited the UAE. And then in 2015, Prime Minister Modi visited for the first time. And then since then, there have been multiple visits both ways at the very top of both countries' leadership. And it seems to be that things are going superbly well. Firstly, my first question on this is that what's been the change? Why is this sudden shift of attention towards the UAE in the last few years?
You're absolutely right, because I have had the opportunity to witness from the side how how the relationship between India and UAE has transformed in the last decade or 11 years. In 2015, when the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji was here, I think it was more than 3 decades or 34 years, if I recall it correctly, that a Prime Minister of India was visiting this country. So I think the big change was in terms of the very decisive leadership which we saw in India, which saw that we have to reach out to the region which is very important to us. At the end of the day, this is a region which is in India, we have been connected from centuries, as they say, min zaman. So it is something which, if the boats or the monsoon winds which connected us, the dhaws which we know, the sailboats, which connected us, we always have a story of how when the monsoon winds blew in one direction, the sailors would land up here. You open up your sails, you land it up here. When the winds change direction, you open up a sail and you will land up in India, in the western coast of India. So, well, we have this old connection, the spice route, the pearl trade, everything, but then there was a kind of an anomaly which came in for over 3 decades when we did not have a focus. But here comes a very more decisive leadership which sees this connect which does exist. And more so, I would say that it also emanated from because Prime Minister Modi came from the state of Gujarat. So Gujarat had a very old historical connect with the UAE, the whole historical connect. So he knew how there is a very strong connect, people-to-people connect, which did exist. And being a leader with a vision, a leader who understood the pulse of the people, a leader who could see what is in the future, what is in the interest of the country, where he invested in this relationship. I think what came out was that here also when he visited, there was a message that, look, we are also been waiting for you. It is like as if, we are waiting that when you will, come across the Arabian Sea and land here, and we are waiting to. And I think that's where the meeting of the mind happened, where the leadership on both sides invested together a chemistry which developed the people-to-people provided foundation, but the personal chemistry which built between the leadership, whether it is Prime Minister Modi and the President Sheikh Mohammed, or His Highness the Prime Minister and Vice President Sheikh Maktoum here. So it's that personal bonds of leadership, bonds between the leadership which kind of nurtured it. And today, if in this decade, what is defining this leadership is that trust, that chemistry, which does exist at that level, and then it percolates down from top to the bottom level. So I think that's starting from the top, that has helped to transform it. And as a diplomat who is in India, we also a bureaucrat. I think the bureaucrats have also, seen that we don't have to be the mountains, where people have to cross and find it difficult, but we have to be more agile, more nimble, and maybe through the mountain of bureaucracy, create those softer tunnels so that the traffic can flow. That's where it has happened over the past decade when we've seen the nurturing of a comprehensive strategic partnership. We saw how the, setting up of a comprehensive economic partnership agreement, the free trade agreement in a common words, how it was on a record time that we had, and for UAE, it was the first free trade agreement they had was with India. And now, of course, UAE has with, I think, more than 30 countries. But having that is a reflection of the trust, that chemistry, which led to this. And today, I think that transformation shows as if we, in a more technology term, will be like we are in a hyperloop. We are moving at a pace which is unprecedented kind of a thing. And today, I don't, everybody feels and sees. I'm sure many of people who would have come from India here, or those who are here, they are witness to it, is that today what we are witnessing is we are seeing that even skies, it's not just the limit, it's only a beginning. So that's how it's a journey as it we see.
So I know it's a tradition, and I saw your photograph with Prime Minister Modi just before you were coming across to these shores, and it's a tradition for an ambassador to go and meet the Prime Minister and take some advice and words of wisdom. So I'm going to ask you to reveal some secrets. What were his instructions to you?
Well, his instructions were very.
It's just us in the room and probably a few million people.
Yeah,
watching.
please do not.
So it's just between us.
Between us. His only instruction was, this is a relationship which is of highest importance to us, and this is something which we should continue to nurture, which we should continue to thrive to see that how we can build. So it's an excellent relationship. So the task before me, given to me, is how can you make it better? So that becomes the most challenging task when you have a relationship where the leadership is fully invested. Some will describe it. It's at its peak. When you say it's at its peak, then what can I, as a diplomat, as an ambassador coming here, what I can do to create a new peak? So maybe I'll have to build new mountains and then create new peaks.
Well, that is actually a thought that went through my head, that things are going so well, and touch wood they'll continue to go well, that you could be forgiven for thinking that the ambassador is going to be like a bank manager, just things are going pretty well, why do we need to do anything? So what are those mountains you think you want to climb now? What are those opportunities? And I'm saying it specifically for this group because there are many investors here, because they'll be listening to this and saying, where do we put our next bet? Where are those next opportunities that where we build partnerships, we make investments and so on? Where are you going to guide this relationship?
Well, as I said, that there is a sea of opportunities still out there. And of course, for me, if I look at it, what we have done so far is an investment we have done in people. We were just discussing that, we have over 4 million Indians who have made UAE as their second home. Or for some, it's first home in a way, having lived here for decades. So, and what we have done in last decade is investing in this people's partnership, including through knowledge partnership of IIMs, IITs, first campuses coming abroad and setting up in UAE. So it's more about investing in people and investing in our next generation. So for me, the important is how do we invest into this next generation partnership. I know people who stay there for decades. They have younger, the youth which have grown here. There's a youth if I may say, our friends and colleagues in Emirat society, as also the youth, the young demography in India. So for me, that's a very important part of investing in that. So investment in that would be including their aspirations. So, we know India being the third largest startup ecosystem in the world today, with more than 100 unicorns, which does exist. And they are still aspiring. They are, I think they are, one place I said that they are like the cricket team who are very bold, ambitious, and ready to take on the world. So they are yearning. So I'm sure this is an opportunity to how do people look at them? How do you truly global, how they are made? You have investment opportunities which are coming up as India is opening up very fast. We had, you would have heard Prime Minister Modi speaking on 15th of August from the ramparts of the Red Fort this year, when he spoke about the next generation reforms in India. So we are ushering in a next generation reforms to really push the economy, which is as a part of the agenda of Viksit Bharat 2047. So as a part of that reforms, you will see a certainly opening up of many sectors which is happening. More recently, you would see a focus which is there on the shipping and shipbuilding sector. We are coming with the new policy kind of an incentivization on that. Second, we have pushed is in high technology areas, semiconductor ecosystem as it is burgeoning out in India, where global companies are coming and setting it up, because they see India as a place where they can serve not just the Indian market, but as an India from the hub to also service rest of the world. Also, that's kind of an opportunity. We have is a very strong AI and quantum missions, artificial intelligence, quantum missions, the high tech, new tech areas. The, if I may say, bio E3 policy, the biotechnology area. These are the kind of technology areas which we are now being opening up. For a long, these were not the areas which were open, or they were very open. They were very closed, a set of people working in these areas. So these are the new areas which are opportunities which many people do not look at it, but the growth potential is immense. Space sector, we have opened up the space sector in India for the private, public, from the public to the private sector, foreign investors. So we have ourselves seen a growth of where there were hardly a single-digit startups in India in the space sector. Today is more than 200. Those startups are now launching rockets, building satellites, whatnot. Now more, we announced in this year the budget in India was opening up of as a part of our commitment of the clean energy is a nuclear energy sector, civil nuclear energy sector. So I think that is going to be another major area of reform into whether it's a small, modular, advanced reactors or a new age clean energy. Because we talk about AI, we talk about data centers, we need energy along with it, while there is a traditional conventional form of energy, but also new cleaner forms of energy as we need to keep up pace with the requirement as it grows with any country growing economy too. We can, these are some areas just I'm just mentioning, but then again, there is a huge potential which does exist. And very importantly, I think one thing which is not very realized is linking the MSME sectors. I see that India's growth, if I have to see, we do have great big companies who have global reputation, but we have very strong MSME, medium and small scale enterprises, which is form a very strong backbone and foundation. In fact, when we talk about a global resilient supply chains, these are the backbones of who can be the backbones of these global resilient supply chains. So investing in this, looking at those, how we can network them, because they're not just, they also have a global ambitions, and these are some things which I always look at my friends to look at. These are the, some opportunities. But again, you come in, you see it, and more so important is to visit India.
Yes.
Then only you will be able to see what lies ahead. Because many a times I find in this part of the world, people who do not travel to India, they sometimes are fixed in a time machine. I know of India, which I have visited, say, in 80s or the 90s. But, have you visited India, which is of 2025? Where we are, where we have changed in India. So I think that's, again, I would like them to also come, visit, see the change as it comes out there.
And I guess that's very much in line with India Global Forum's rationale. I said in my opening remarks that India Global Forum exists to tell the story of contemporary India and bring those opportunities to a global audience. And as we were sitting outside, I briefed the ambassador, I briefed you about the fund that we've announced, the 250 million growth fund for Indian, principally MSME companies seeking to go global and using the UAE as a great launchpad. And instantly you grabbed onto that and you said Africa. Where does Africa fit into the UAE-India relationship, as you said? Because it's exciting, and I see some strong interest from Vedanta and other places in Africa as well, and other companies that are here as well. So.
No doubt. I think, first of all, let me commend you and congratulate you on this initiative for sending up this wonderful fund here to connect the MSMEs and to give you see that the growth story of them and believe in their what they can do, their potential. But yes, as I was mentioning, I think it's important to look at it. It's not only India, UAE doing between us, but also what we can do together in a third region. And Africa certainly is one such huge potential, which is untapped potential out there, because they are also all yearning for growth, for supply chains. When you mentioned in the beginning, I got some advantage of working in the Prime Minister's office was to have the opportunity to travel with him to different parts of the world as well. So that was an added advantage. But seeing from there, his recent visit he had to Africa, the kind of conversations he had in that part of the world. What
Namibia,
we saw
I think.
in Namibia, in Ghana, and we had a lot of incoming visits to India from Africa. So, the kind of conversations we had, even recently when Prime Minister was there for the G20 summit in Joburg and his other conversation, as I saw. I think they are all, again, it's a place where they are waiting for us to come and do a handshake. The story which I mentioned about a decade ago, when the Prime Minister coming and visiting after 34 years, when you find, the leadership here waiting for you for a handshake to come in, and how we have transformed. I think that's a kind of a story which we will find in Africa too. And they are looking at it, as you would have heard Prime Minister speaking in the parliament in Namibia too. They are looking for that partnership which helps to local growth, leads to generation. It's not about exploitative nature of the partnership. It is more about partnership, which is kind of a win-win, which is also leading to local development in that regard. And that's where India-UAE story, I think that's our story, which is also about going from south to another south. So, and I think UAE is quite invested, if I say, in Africa. They do, good logistics operations, which they do have to Africa. So I'm sure there's a strong case for India-UAE partnership in the private sector, public sector, to come together and to explore that opportunities, opportunities, because India brings in that element of trust. Even in Africa continent, there's an element of trust, faith on India. If you see anything India, you said, yes, this is something which we can relate to. And another thing is that, it's a level of development, and culturally, the challenges which were faced are similar. So the solutions to those challenges would also be equally applicable to them. So if I have found a solution to my challenge, that's something Africa would find it culturally very acceptable, receptible to it. And
well, yes, of course. And the mantra often quoted in India is that if we can solve a problem for 1 billion people, we can solve a problem for the world. And we're seeing that in various other sectors. Look, I'm conscious of time, and I know that some of our participants are keen to ask questions. So we've got time for a couple of questions, and then we'll need to wind up. So I think, Salva, you had one question. Yes?
Thank you, and congratulations on your appointment. And we were just wondering, given that you have got a range of thoughts, is there any sort of immediate priorities that you're thinking? And then UAE also have this priority of D33 when they are celebrating the 200 years of Dubai. So we were just wondering, any thoughts on that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think for me, the immediate priorities as an ambassador, if I may say, would be to see how I can deepen the trust which exists, the chemistry which exists on the both sides, how I can build upon and take advantage of it in a way for the benefit of the people, for the countries on both sides, for the businesses on both sides. For me, the priority would be to look at speed with which we can work to realize, we are talking about MSMEs, maybe Africa Connect or bilateral investment opportunities, the speed with which we can work to realize and implement it on the ground. For me, the priority would even be, as I said in the beginning, is to remain solution oriented. Not be, bureaucracy is known for being very, in India also, is being very obstructive and, for saying why the work cannot be done. But the priority for me is how to see the opportunities and say that how the work can be get done. And I think in that regard, if I can work with the, with the people like you, all of you who are here, with the IGF, wonderful forum, the platform does that it has, it provides to see those, building those bridges further, building those new networks into it, bringing solution-oriented, people together, bringing the youth together, and letting the, business flow happen without any obstacles around there, and more importantly, the Indians who live here, so they feel being as wanted, as trusted, as somebody who can as ambassador or the embassy and the consulate whom they can rely upon further to be able to support them for us. So I think that's kind of I would say priorities for me.
One question from Priyanka. Where's Priyanka? There you are.
Yes, I want to first of all thank you both for a very insightful and a very honest conversation. I'm Priyanka Chopra from IMA Ventures, the early stage entrepreneurship and technology investment platform set up by IIM Ahmedabad, which for people that don't know is India's premier business school. We are amongst the earliest and most prolific supporters of and investors in India's deep tech startup ecosystem. And my question to you, Your Excellency, is from your vantage point, what are some of the key bottlenecks that are keeping Indian deep tech startups from accessing the UAE as a scale launchpad? And how might both India and UAE come together to convert some of these gaps into a very seamless global deep tech supply chain from R&D to manufacturing to scale in a way that benefits both our ecosystems? Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka. I think a very pertinent question. In fact, being very new in the country, I should be asking all of you that kind of a question. What are the obstacles? And for me to learn what are the challenges that you have, so what we here can help to address those challenges in that regard. But certainly, I think in my conversations I had in last couple of weeks here, I think there is a lot of positive sentiments in terms of working with India in UAE among different colleagues, friends, businesses, investors, in the deep tech area, doing the joint research. We are working on things like supercomputing, what we can do in AI. As you know, we are doing the AI Impact Summit in February, as India is hosting. So around that, there's a lot of conversation which are happening. We know here, the G42 so there's a conversation happening between them and the Indian partners. There are other companies who are working into genomics and others. So there is I think a lot of positive opportunities, and I see a lot of interest. So I think it is more about bringing the ecosystems together. It could be possibly information gap, which may be a challenge. So I think maybe that's something which we need to build upon to bring the two. So platforms like IGF is a one good platform. You said IMA here, presence here, that also becomes a very important, or IITD campus here, because some very important platforms to bridge those information gaps which may exist on that. But I find a lot of interest here, and they want to do more with India on the deep tech.
Okay. One last question that I have, and before we proceed to the drinks reception, and we don't want to hold anybody to that, and to welcome you more informally at the drinks reception, but I can't help but ask this question. You've worked very closely with Prime Minister Modi in his office over several years, immediately in the past. What's the one thing you learned from him?
Well, that's a very difficult question, because
that stands out.
Because there are many things which I can kind of recollect and see. I think it's very, very important part for me was the one, looking at it, being a good listener. Listen to others and try to understand, and being able to empathize, being a very good patient listener. At the same time, remain ambitious. Think big. Never think anything is impossible. Everything is achievable. It's just that you have to work a way to find a solution, move towards it. If you are persistent, don't be distracted by the sound or the noise around it. But if you are focused, you will achieve the big things which you have thought of, which you is. So, and to look at it is, there's no kind of an excuse for no hard work. You have to do hard work, and hard work. If something you need to achieve, be persistent, be at it, do the hard work, and you will achieve it.
Thank you ever so much. And before I conclude, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Vice Captain of the team, Satish Sivam, His Excellency the Consul General of India here in Dubai. He's been a great friend of India Global Forum for all of these years. So it's really great and special that you've been able to make it here as well. And as the captain of the team, I can assure you that the India Global Forum team here will support you in wicket keeping, in batting when you want us to go out and bat, and occasionally if you need to bowl somebody out, we're also there for you.
Thank you.
But we've all, I think people have taken a leaf out of Modiji's book and listened so intently to every word that you've had to say, with empathy, but also I think with excitement as you start your new innings. And you do have a team here that will be there every step of the way to make, to climb those new mountains and to make sure that the relationship moves from strength to strength. So thank you ever so much. And now to the drinks reception to informally welcome you to the IGF club and to meet our members, and they can tell you all about the good work that they're doing and perhaps some of the issues that they may want you to also tackle.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible way to wrap up the India Global Forum here in Dubai 2025. Your Excellency, thank you so much for joining us, talking agility, trust, transformation, that Hyperloop trajectory, and his mission to make things better, of course, and to create a new peak. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Thanks to all of our speakers. Thank you to Manoj for your leadership. Really wonderful to have you. I mean, to have me. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I know, exactly. The brilliant chaos at the end. I love it.
The world is shifting, economies are rewiring, and one platform is connecting the people waiting to be a part of the India growth story. India Global Forum is where the world meets global India. An exclusive platform connecting leaders, investors, policymakers, and change makers across continents, bringing together ideas, investment, and influence. Our stages spark change. Our premium and unmatched curated experiences unlock new possibilities. We connect the dots between tech and policy, innovation and investment, business and diplomacy. For our partners, IGF is more than a platform. It's a launchpad. It is access, visibility, gravitas. From India to UK, UAE to USA, we bring you to the heart of the conversations that power the next era of progress. We believe India's growth is the world's opportunity, and we are the gateway to seize it. This is where global ambition meets Indian momentum, where governments, investors, founders, and thinkers move from talk to trust to action. This is where ideas go global,